No. Yeah. Oh, can we repeat that?
Listen.
Happy
Hey,
New Year.
Josh. Can we repeat that? That was so much fun. That was so much fun. If y'all are here, say hello. Um,
Josh is here.
Josh is here, and and my phone is dead, so I can't even pull it up on my phone. So give me a second.
And then my mother calls. Be right back.
I hear you.
Hey, MRA.
I have to mute myself because this is gonna come through. Wait, where am I? Y'all, I have so many windows open. It's not even funny anymore. Hey, Emma Ray, Sarah, Val, how are y'all? Um, we're gonna get started with something as soon as I get my life together.
Child.
Because, hey, T Morgan, because apparently my life is not together. I'm gonna mute myself for a second so you don't hear.
Dang, so everybody can hear me eating my salad. Just busy crunching and munching. What's up, y'all? A salad, because I didn't really eat. I had green beans when the baby ate earlier, because I wasn't hungry yet. So, and it's late here, so I didn't want to eat anything heavy. It's just literally lettuce, cheese, onion, cucumber, and some chicken and dressing. That's it. Ain't nothing fancy on these parts. Your girl too tired. I worked a full day today.
It sounds good though, for real, for real.
It's hitting the spot now.
Yeah, I probably should have had that today, but I didn't. Instead, what did I eat today? I had chicken and potato salad, and then frosted flakes. Not frosted flakes, Fruit Loops.
Not I just joined her cucumber. Listen, I'm just a bit just crunch, 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 crunch.
But at least it's good for you. What kind of dressing?
Light French.
Okay. Smothered chicken with onions over rice. Brie, that sounds
Gravy.
yummy. That sounds really good. Now I feel like I need to go and get something more substantive than Fruit Loops.
Maybe making some chicken and biscuit pot pie situation.
Oh, dang, Grit.
It's my first time. I don't even know that I've ever had chicken and biscuits for real, but I've definitely never made them.
Are you using like already like Pillsbury biscuits or
Of
okay.
course. Oh yeah.
Well, I didn't know if you were gonna go like hardcore and make biscuits.
I
Who
am
got
not
time for shit like that anymore?
a cooker.
I I'm just asking. I'm asking because that's not. I use Pillsbury or whatever biscuits
Uh-huh. I don't even
myself.
have time. I mean it's so I'm doing HelloFresh right now, and
Okay.
that's where I'm getting it from, and it's already like this is already one of the like most like extensive meals I've gotten. Usually it's like burgers and the different ways of making like it's been pretty chill, curries and stuff like that. This is the first like wait, that sounds like a lie. Like it's medium on the difficulty scale. All my other meals have been easy. So I'm just like, all right, so we'll see how that goes. But I'm just gonna make that tonight because I'm darn sure not gonna make it in the middle of the day tomorrow.
So HelloFresh. HelloFresh. Is that good?
Yeah. Um,
How much is it a week?
Yeah, that was my next question.
yeah, it depends on what meal thingy you're getting. I'm doing the 3x2, so I get 3 meals with two portion sizes each, and it's like 64. or something like that.
That's
Um,
not bad.
no. So I can always barely my trial. I would move to my office, but I legitimately feel like I be in my office and people are like, I can't hear you over there either. I'll just have to project. I think I'm just not projecting because I'm like, I feel like y'all are right in front of me, but that's not quite true. Um, can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah, you're closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
I
have
could hear you regardless,
I mean, I
so
can hear you too.
Oh, okay.
I'm not the
Okay.
one to ask.
Well, because sometimes when the chat says that my co-hosts are like, oh yeah, I can't hear you either. You weren't gonna say nothing. You was just gonna keep reading my lips. Okay, cool. But yeah, so it's like 65, and I think that includes the 8.99 of shipping and handling. Um, and so, but the thing I like about it is that you can post like per week. So they charge you per week instead of like the lump sum for a month.
Hmm.
So if one week you don't want it, you can just skip it as long as you make that decision 5 days prior to the delivery date. Um, but yeah, I'm sure there are other ones out there that are like cheaper, and there are like Dinnerly, I think one, and then Imperfect Food or something like that. But for me, um, I don't really cook a lot, so you could send me a box of food, and that would be half the battle. Like I wouldn't have to go grocery shopping, but I wouldn't necessarily know what to do with it. So with HelloFresh, like they send you the meal. So they send you the recipe, and then they send you all of the ingredients, and then they tell you how to put it together. And then you have this really great thing that you think you can make, like meatballs. I've never made meatballs before, and I've made them like 3 times now. And I'm like, I'm a meatball queen. But I would not have done that if they would have sent me all the ingredients for meatballs and not said, hey, you can make meatballs with this. So I may be able to like downgrade to something like cheaper, like Dinnerly or Imperfect Food or whatever later in life. But while I'm in grad school, I don't have the time nor the inclination to just receive a box of random food and then just make something with it because I got it like that. I'm not chef like that.
Hmm. When I was living by myself, the hardest thing was because when you're used to cooking for a family of four, it was like me, my mom, my sister, and my dad. So cooking for and with four other people, and then to go to cook for one,
Mm-hmm.
that was hard.
Yeah.
That was hard.
The portion control is actually like really great. Like I think my sister got me a little discount thing for Christmas, and when she called to check in about it, she was like, are you losing weight? And I was like, I mean, I don't know. I don't own a scale, so I don't know like what my numbers are doing. But as far as just feeling like I'm not overeating, the portion control is really really great for that. Um, because it like splits very evenly into two separate meals, and I eat the one meal. Like when I plate my meal that I'm about to eat, I automatically just put the next one in Tupperware and put it in the refrigerator, and I eat, and I'm like, oh, I'm good. Like I feel like I was overeating a lot before just because I would just like randomly put portions on my plate, and then I would always finish it, and then by the end I'm like, wow, I'm stuffed. But I don't get stuffed with
Yeah.
HelloFresh. I get full, like satisfied, but not overdone. And then it's very easy to like see and monitor your salt and sodium intake with it because they send you the seasonings that you need, and they'll just like put salt and pepper here, here, here. But it's not a crap ton of seasoning. Mostly it's salt
Oh.
and pepper, actually. If there's anything else, they will literally send it to you, the seasoning.
Oh, okay.
So
That sounds. I mean, I'm broke, so I have no extra liquid assets.
it's less than my grocery budget.
Is it?
Yeah.
You said $65 a week?
Mm-hmm.
See, no, I don't spend that much for groceries. Look,
Must be nice for y'all
look,
not to have to spend that
let me,
much in groceries.
Right.
yeah,
I'm like, I don't. That's it. Yeah, that's my
let
grocery.
me tell you, when I was living by myself, I went to the grocery store once once a week, and like I would get a whole chicken, and that chicken would be something that I would eat off of like for the majority of the week. And I would fix it different ways.
Hmm.
Um and
I mean,
like chicken
maybe I
stock.
could probably do that. Is it a whole chicken?
Yeah, the whole chicken.
Okay. I mean, I
And
think that would be enough for any one person.
yeah, and I would go to Whole Foods and get the chicken because, you know,
Yeah.
um
I don't go to Whole Foods for nothing except for chocolate.
oh, and then I would have them butcher it. So because I'm that kind of person. No, don't do that. And and I would just, like I said, fix it one chicken. That would be it for the week, and then I just have my different sides. So, but I would use Sundays to like fix the chicken.
Meal prep.
Yeah. And then however whatever I was going to do for the rest of the week. But it wasn't like I didn't have chicken every week. It would
Bree
be
said
different.
that chicken is 1 day for her. It's a 1 day chicken experience.
Who said that?
Bree.
Free.
Bri- Oh.
Well, I'm gonna let you know right now.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna stay out this combo because having a child ain't none of this shit that y'all talking about work. So
Oh, I'm sure.
it
I'm
don't work. Yeah,
my
it's a different ball game.
How
my
so?
mom used to talk about how she would cook dinner
Hmm.
when I was a kid, and then we'd sit down to eat, and I'd be like, I don't want that.
It's the different it's a different palates that kick in because everything that I eat she will not eat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I could cook something, um and it could be something that I'm really in the mood for and she won't touch it. Like she does not like rice.
Oh,
Oh,
Um
really? No kind of
mm-mm,
rice?
mm-mm. She don't like rice at all. So
Meal
that, that
preppers
kind
with
of
the
that
Fs?
yeah, and I don't know what, I think it's a texture thing for her.
Okay.
Um so it's
Children don't believe it.
yeah, that's it. Children don't believe it. Yeah, they're finicky. So like she's very, first of all, to be so picky, she has a very expensive palate. Okay.
I could
My
go.
child loves her blueberries, raspberries, and blackberries in the morning
Uh, not
with her
all.
waffle.
oh, that's good. Well, at least she's
With
like
a
fruit.
waffle. She said bed and
Listen,
breakfast me. Thank you.
exactly. Talking about bed and breakfast me, but yeah, but so stuff like that that I know that she really really likes, and to give her a super balanced diet, of course, because she's so young. Sometimes I end up having to get stuff that's out of season, so that makes things more expensive.
Yeah.
I could want one meal and she may not even want anything. So then that throw it just it's I can't be as consistent as I would be if it was just me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it throws. I mean, I can get away with for a week if I don't take my happy ass to Publix. Um, I can get away with like 85 a week if I don't go to Publix.
Is
If I
Publix
go to
expensive?
Publix, huh?
Publix isn't expensive though.
Mm,
Is it?
mm,
Public
Publix is
public
Publix is
Hold on.
exists.
Let me preface this. I have never been. I just thought that Publix was the equivalent of like Kroger or some like affordable.
Kroger is expensive too.
yeah. Okay, so
I haven't been
Kroger.
to Kroger in several years because I don't live in that area anymore. Like I live in New England, but I thought it wasn't.
So you have a Harris Teeter then, probably.
A
We
what?
have a Harris Teeter. They high too. They high as hell.
Well, Harris Teeter is owned by Kroger.
Yeah, that
I'm in
is,
the New
and they
England
high
area.
too.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen a Kroger around me in 4 years, and I'm very sad because I miss their sushi. But that's not the point of this conversation. I didn't
Um,
know Publix was expensive nor Kroger.
Yeah, Publix has good quality. Like if
yeah.
you, because I'm big on produce. Like I'm really, really big on like fresh produce. So we keep a lot because she likes a lot of fruits and vegetables, which is great. It's great. Um, so I have, I try to get fresh produce. But I mean, if you talk about me like going to like a Food Lion compared to a Publix, Food Lion, I could spend 85 a week. I get to Publix, I'm dropping 100, easy,
Really?
easily dropping 100, no
Publix
problem.
Publix didn't used to be like that.
It
But
wasn't. It wasn't always like that. It really
yeah,
wasn't always like that.
it
Okay, because I
didn't
feel
used to
like
be
I've
like
heard
that.
talk about Publix was an affordable option, and maybe it was my dad. And I mean, he hasn't been to Publix in a while either. So I guess maybe when he was younger, it was like, yeah, just go to Publix, and it was not what it is now. But he's allergic to broke. I wish I was allergic to broke. Oh, that'd be.
Me too.
I wish I would have
J-
such an allergy.
Not Josh. Expensive as compared to what exactly? I just told you. Food Lion.
Ashley.
I'm just saying, like, let's be honest, okay? Publix and Kroger and Harris Teeter flocked with white folks, okay? I need to take my happy black ass back to Food Line where I
Well,
belong
if
and
you're
where my
around the area, there's a Kroger in Southwest Little Rock, which is black. So
Do you have? I'm gonna see. I can never remember the name of it, and I don't think that they're down there. But it's like a farmer's, kind of like a farmer's market. Oh my
Market
gosh,
Basket,
huh?
Market Basket.
No, I'll think. I have to think about it. And they just opened up because I emailed them, and I was like, "Can you please come to this area?" And they looked and they were really cool about it. They looked and got back to me and they were like, probably not because we are not in what they call a food desert. So there we have grocery stores. And on top of that, we got Whole Foods.
Okay. Kind of like you
So
don't need our help. Sorry.
yeah, so because they were out in Colorado and it's like I said, it's like kind of like a farmer's market.
hmm
Um,
You're not
loc
talking about you're not
locally,
talking about Aldi, are you?
no, 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 no.
I
It's not
hate
Aldi.
Aldi.
You hate Aldi?
Yeah.
I don't like them either. But oh my,
Piggly Wiggly, T Morgan, and Winn Dixie. Exactly.
yeah. The, I didn't even grow up. Only way I know about those is because of me going to the South,
Yep.
where my because my family lives and my father's family lives in Florence.
Florence? Like Florence, Florence?
Mhm. Yep.
Oh, I didn't know they were from Florence.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
They own land. Black people own land when it was not popular. Like they ran the man out of town, the white man out of town
Oh,
Ran the what?
child.
because he sold my father's family land.
Florence is country too now.
Ain't it though? And I remember the first time I saw Piggly Wiggly, I was like, "What the hell is this?" And
Piggly
then,
Wiggly is good for meat.
yeah, I I just remember I remember that first. I remember the first time I heard a rooster crow. I was like, "What?
It's
What is
so
that?"
sad when stuff like that is a norm for you.
Yeah. It was, whew, culture shock. Now, where I grew up was a lot of farmland. What?
You see Salter's comment? All
No.
these definitely Marshalls, but food.
What do you say?
What?
Okay.
Not all these is like Marshalls or TJ
But yeah,
Maxx.
I don't like all these. And there's another one, Lidl.
I have never heard of these
I've never
places.
heard of
Lidl's is German.
that. Not Salter said it's Marshalls for food. It is like Marshalls for food. I don't like Aldi at all.
I have never heard of any of these places.
That's true.
Piggly Wiggly meat is top notch, man. If you want some good meat, Piggly Wiggly is the place to go. They ain't got shit else, but they got good meat.
Well, listen, bless your ministry.
I'm not following you up tonight.
Yeah. Rooster.
Catch me outside. First off, Aldi is coming up. No, they're not.
Yeah, actually, they are. It,
Where?
okay, we got one just opened up in the rich white people neighborhood. And I shit you not.
Because white
Like,
people love being bohemian.
so, having said that, it is in vogue now. So, now it's going to catch on. And it's going to be all over.
Salter said we're getting
Aldi,
classes
listen,
over here.
What?
We're having the shadiest class conversation ever. We're all getting canceled over store names.
listen. What I'm saying is that I feel like Aldi might be spreading, but their quality is still subpar.
It
I don't
is.
care how many stores they put up.
I think, and I told my sister, I was like, I'm gonna go to the Aldi in the white people neighborhood and the reason why I say it's in the white people neighborhood because the shopping center right next door, which is a shopping center that I'm in, has a Neiman Marcus
Oh yeah.
and an off Saks Fifth Avenue.
Oh yeah.
So, so that Aldi over there is a different Aldi.
It's a
Yeah, it's a
different
different breed.
Yeah, that's a different Aldi. It's not the same Aldi that opened up over here.
Not over here.
Yeah, it's different. It's different. Y'all know that. Y'all know
Salter's out of control, first of all.
per usual.
that. Yeah. Well, you know what, Salter, and I keep saying,
Not go off. Salter.
Those who shop at Aldi.
What
I would click off that comment. I never should have clicked on it.
I can't believe this.
Oh, hey, Ari, I didn't see you come in.
I grew up in Queens store was by right.
Okay, down.
When I was in New York, we used to go to Pathmark.
I've never heard of those.
Yes,
Pathmark?
Bree adding to the book of Bree. Amen.
All right, y'all.
Time to read.
Hands above your head, Bree. It helps.
So again, I am not responsible, so I need to pull up the timer.
Okey-dokey.
And whew, y'all go on top. Y'all go on top. Well,
I need to figure out a way to get out of this comic thing that I have going on right now.
what comic?
I don't everything. Like if you go to my Goodreads, like that's all I'm reading right now. That's it. Comic after comic after comic after comic after comic. It is crazy, man.
Is that what you want to be reading?
Hell yeah, that's what my soul wants right now.
Well, then go ahead.
Yeah.
I was telling Bree that I told Bree, I don't know if I told you this like a week ago, it was a couple, I don't know. I was telling Bree that I never, like, I had stopped reading comics like that because I felt like BookTube as a community just didn't like respect it, and it was so much judgment. Like, oh, if you read single issues, you're just boosting your numbers and that. And I'm like, to this year, I said, "F all y'all."
I remember you talking about that.
Go ahead and advocate for comics.
Because that's what I like, y'all. Like my heart and soul, I love it. But I stopped myself so much because I was like, oh, I don't want anybody to feel like I'm trying to boost my numbers, and this is not what people want to see out of my channel. I'm like, I don't give two shits this year at all. Like that's what I want to read, so I'm gonna read
There
it.
you go. Then you don't have to get out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Somebody already said
Pathmark is ghetto.
No, not ghetto. The ghetto.
The ghetto.
the ghetto.
First of all, I'm not. Listen. Okay, y'all. You have the time in which I went to Pathmark was in Long Island, and that was in the 90s and the early 2000s.
Gosh.
Now there's a book of Salter. Okay.
Salter 5 and 7.
The Salter scriptures.
Mark and A&P. I was getting ready to say something about A&P.
What's A&P?
It's an old grocery store. Salter and I must be around the same age if we remember A&P. That's all I gotta say.
Ashley, put your hands above your head.
Because A&P went away a long time ago.
Someone said 30 years.
But Ashley, I think you should do what you want to do. Read what you want to read.
That's all I'm gonna do is continue to.
Fake diamond studs.
Really, Salter?
Now we're in meat trafficking. What's going on?
I cannot.
So Erica, about this timer is clock
Yeah.
clearly
I
doing
just
a reading sprint.
yeah. So we gonna do 30 minutes. Is that okay with y'all?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll start with 30. And as soon as I got all these windows, I'm so unprepared. I feel like Bree and Britt and I had this conversation the last time, and it was like new girl syndrome each and every time
Yeah. Where?
we do this.
How do I do this? The share screen. Do what now? Like.
Yeah, it's weird.
First of all, it would be wise of me to get my book.
So
You were eating your cereal.
y'all see that 30 minutes, and we shall start now. How about that?
It sounded like you was about to say, "We shall overcome."
I feel like that some days, though, Ashley.
Someday.
I feel like that some days. So I'll mute myself and we will start the timer. Happy reading, everyone. All right, y'all. How did you do? Actually, I should ask this question. What chapter are you in? And what what do you like about the book so far?
I'm still in chapter 5. It's an audiobook, so there's only so fast that I can move. And this is not a book where I would double the reading speed to like make the narrator speak faster. So I am almost at the end of chapter 5 though. I'll finish it early in the next one. Um I mean, I just like the Rivers Solomon's storytelling style. Say that 5 times fast. Um, it's very much like I wouldn't expect to read a story in this voice. And like the deep was not written in this way, in tone, voice, or any other way. Like this story is very much like it's Aster's POV. Um, I shouldn't say what happened because I don't know where Ashley is yet. But um, I mean, nothing much has happened. It was night, now it's morning, and they're going through the school door. And I just heard the word overseer for the first time, so that was fun. Um, and her and Giselle got into it. I mean, she could still get chopped in the throat, but we're still in the moment where I'm like withholding the second one. So I'm therefore withholding the first one until she can get two at the same time. Um, but the scene where she was like they had been trying to decode her mother's journal and the fire sort of distorted it. And Giselle was like, everything dies or everything eventually burns up, and then she demonstrates that, and then Aster helps her, and then she's resentful, and Aster's like, either everything burns or everything doesn't, or you're not everything. Like they have a little tit for tat moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, Giselle, that didn't make me like her anymore, but I was like, I see that you're trying to make the life that you lead make sense. And when the life is so like when it's so bad, like you're floating through space for you to know how long or how much longer the heat like when it's happening the way it's happening, making sense out of something so bad is complicated and messy and unattractive. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna keep watching. I'm still withholding the two chops. The other girl though, I can't remember what her name was. The two that were like the laboratory sex with like, oh, the beakers. I was like, y'all can get two chops to the throat immediately.
Oh, it was Vivian that started that.
Yeah, Vivian and her crony. Y'all can
Yeah, it was Vivi. It was Vivian that started that.
two chops
Um,
immediately.
yeah. Vivian doesn't have a big role in the book, but I think she plays a she's a bit character that has some influence, I think.
If she doesn't have a big role in the book, then I definitely don't feel bad about punching her in the throat. We've
No,
upgraded back from a chop to a punch, like real easy.
no. I think you only really see her that part, and then um earlier. I think we see Vivian earlier? When they came to wait when the guard came in and woke them up. I feel
Yeah,
like we saw her then, but
brief,
just very, very, very briefly.
right.
And that's how her character is. It's like she's there and then she's gone. She
Okay.
appears and then she goes away. And you like forget about her.
Okay. I mean, you see, I forgot her name promptly. So
Yeah.
that's that.
Um
Now she's talking to Aunt Melusine.
yeah.
Like,
So
remember what she did with the guards.
but it's interesting. It's interesting that some of the characters that River Solomon brings into or
Mhm.
she talks about and the roles that they play within the story. So
there's so many people.
there are.
There are
There
so
are.
many people. Like, I mean, I'm not surprised that I forgot Vivian, because even from the time, and I that just happened, but from the time that it went to Vivian to where I am now, which it's been like 5-10 minutes in the audiobook already, so much has happened just in the conversation that she had with her aunt, going through like her, like, you have to document everything in the camera and all, like,
Mhm.
so much happens, and that was just with her and her aunt. But like, even when you're not seeing a whole bunch of people come through, even if it's a scene with two people, a lot is happening between those two people, and they're so, like, it's so deep that you're just like, wait, who was that? Are they important?
Mhm.
Because if not, I gotta keep it pushing. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. So I saw that Bree said that she was starting and she requested no spoilers. I can't guarantee that, Bree.
Did I spoil something?
Huh?
Did I spoil something?
No, 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 no. No, I'm just saying I can't guarantee no spoilers.
Okay.
No, no. I will see what I can do. I make no guarantees. What about you, Ashley?
I've been ignoring y'all for the past um 5 minutes so I don't get spoiled. Just in case. Not because I'm not interested in what you have to say, but um because I'm reading this really, really slow.
Yeah.
Um you know me, I usually fly through stuff, but I think this is one of those books that needs time and
100%.
appreciation. I mean, my annotations at this point, you know what I'm saying? Like it's been a minute since I've even annotated a book like this, so I am going slow. I did hear Britt say Giselle. We're not supposed to like her, are we?
I don't think so.
I hope not, because I don't.
Oh my gosh, I love Giselle.
Okay, so listen, I
Maybe
was
later
vibing with
on.
Giselle until I thought she, had a little quirky personality until we got to the section about the letters.
Mm-hmm.
That really, it was a huge turnoff for me. Like it was on page 36 where she says, "Sometimes I think the answer to why your Mima offed herself is in here somewhere, and I'm gonna find it." Read her journals like reading a good detective story or detective novel. That's so damn insensitive. Y'all don't think that's insensitive?
It is.
I mean, I thought you were gonna say the part where she was like snatching stuff out of Aster's hand in the
Oh no,
first
no, no.
place.
Yeah, I still have that. Yeah, I have that underlined too.
You can catch the broadside of my elbow. Like,
Like that's crazy to me. Like I thought maybe she, because there are some clear, and I said this the last time too. There are some clear indications that Aster is neurodivergent, and I thought maybe Giselle would just be a because I feel like Aster is very what's the word I'm looking for, where everything is done in a certain order at a certain
yeah,
time.
very
Like
There's a method to
OCD.
everything.
OCD.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of method to everything that Aster does.
true.
I thought maybe Giselle would be that balance, kind of, the opposite of I'm not like that. I kind of go with the wind, and I think Giselle is like that, but
I
Giselle
think
is
she's pretty quick.
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, Giselle is mean. I only got to this section because I'm reading so slow and taking notes at the same time. I only got to the section where the surgeon we see the surgeon for the first time on page.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Bingo.
Is there an indication that they were in some form of a romantic relationship?
An entanglement, you mean?
Yes, because I didn't get that. I thought it was more of mentee mentor until Aster had an internal moment and said that um, I hate that our. Oh, here it is. she didn't know why it hurt to hear the relationship reduced to something so small as being like an acquaintance. I said, "Oh,
That was
I said, oh,
literally my same reaction last week. I said, "Oh, an acquaintance isn't good enough. What is it then?"
I
Please.
said, oh, okay." So there's a little something, something. So, and then it just got to the part of him describing what exactly is going on with Nicholas and having been poisoned in the surgeon's uncle. So I saw someone in the comments say something about uncle, and I decided not to read it because
That was Salter.
yeah, I thought it was Salter. It had something about uncle, and I was like, okay, because the surgeon just said that if Nicholas was to die, then it would be his uncle, and clearly there is some issues associated with um,
Late uncle.
uncle and Aster. So, um, but I think I'm getting to the point where I'm like this with River Solomon, where
Uh-huh.
I don't consume their work in the same way that I consume anyone else's, because I was the same way with the Deep. The Deep took me a minute to read.
Oh,
You know,
definitely.
115 pages for me is like that's a night. But it took me a week or a little over a week to get through the Deep. So I'm not surprised that this one probably is going to take me a little bit longer because it's just the writing, just the careful attention to detail, to the what would to us as readers may seem like the smallest detail, but it's super important. Like for me, there was even an ode, and I could, sometimes I feel like I'm overreading into stuff or I'm looking at it too deeply. But there was another section when the surgeon was being described. If I can find the page, I know I made a um
Is that chapter 3?
yeah, page 36. The surgeon didn't have white skin, whitish, but not white. It was close enough that plausible deniability had allowed him to keep his status when his true ancestry came to prominence during puberty. I said, that seems like a slight nod to colorism and white passing.
Yeah.
Small, small stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it may not seem that significant, but you know who you're dealing with, so of course it's significant. So, I mean, there's no surprise that I'm enjoying it. Of course, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. There's as far what you were talking about, the relationship between Aster and Theo. I'm not
So
gonna
Theo is the surgeon, right?
Yeah, Theo's the surgeon. So I'm not going to say anything about. But when you get to chapter 7,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see something. You'll see something. Um, and I'm gonna tell you, I will tell you this. Um, Theo's uncle or lieutenant, whatever you want to call him, he is trash.
Okay.
In I mean, trash. He's a horrible. I mean, we can already see this by what Theo has said. He's a horrible human being. Um, but so I'm on chapter 7. I just finished chapter 7. And um there are so many things that are like this is y'all my third time. And I might as well have just highlighted this whole page.
Dang.
So I was like, what? All of this stuff. I mean, it's so I love it. But and I yeah, because you'll in chapter 7, chapter 7, you'll learn more about Theo. And Aster is surprisingly tender. Which is something that we don't see
Mm-hmm.
her being just normally. But when she's with Theo, she's surprisingly tender.
Yeah, it's a very different personality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And um and there's talk about um what did he say? What he was described earlier as being kind of feminine, right?
Who,
Did y'all
Theo?
get to Theo? Yeah.
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 I
So they
didn't catch it yet, but it seems like that's kind of a consensus, at least in the chat.
Yes, Salter said something about it. I might have missed it with the audio. Like, this is really a book that would be better for me to read physically.
Hmm.
Mhm.
But I just don't have the stamina right now to read a book of this depth physically right now.
Hmm.
And I think you're completely right, Ashley, that the way that they write just calls you to slower and more careful reading.
Mhm.
Like, you can't help but study while you read. Like, this is not a book.
Yeah.
Like, what's the plot? Give me the tea to shade, baby. Let's go. Like, this is not that kind of
It's
part.
yeah, it's not that type of yeah.
So
And
I don't have the stamina right now between writing the, like, between already having to do that kind of study like 9 to 5 and then coming and being like, it's time for fun. Let's read Unkindness of Ghosts physically. So
yeah.
I'm like, it's gonna
Yeah,
have to
I
be
get it.
audiobook for me, but I think that will help me. So when I pick up the physical book, I'll already know sort of like the plot, so I'll be able to like catch things more
Hmm.
easily.
It does require nuanced reading.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
It is something that I don't think, and I'm generalizing, and correct me if I'm wrong, which I don't think a lot of us today do.
No,
And
I agree.
and this book requires you to slow down
You slow all the way down.
I
and just take your time with it.
I
Mm-hmm.
think that's definitely a huge thing. I mean, I think that's a quality that is very much so present in the booktube community, you know?
Mhm.
Um, I think that once again, and I mean, I hate to say it, but it's true. I think that sometimes as content creators, and I can only speak from this perspective, is that we get caught up in the hoopla of trying to push so much stuff out that we don't. This slow reading sometimes just doesn't happen. Not saying that people don't do it, but I don't think it's the norm to slow down like this and literally sit down for an hour reading a book like this,
Mm-hmm.
and I only get through 30, 40 pages. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's just one of those books like where you cannot like, there's no way. I feel like you miss um
You missed the
you
boat.
miss so much if you try to fly through a book like this. It was the same thing with the Deep too. Like,
Wow.
the Deep, it was so many. I mean, literally, it felt like every few words there was something else. But then we talked about this past weekend, where their educational background, I think, plays a huge role in how a lot of this stuff is written. And what is their, is it their masters or their bachelors in like critical
Their
race theory or something like that?
their bachelor's is in comparative,
Comparative race.
yeah, and
Comparative what?
African American studies or something like that, but comparative
Hmm.
in race
Okay.
relations in
Yeah,
African American studies, something like that.
it's
Okay.
very evident.
Yeah. I
It's
mean,
very evident in their work. Yeah.
and I say this as I put a cookie in my mouth, right? And I think what we were talking about this past weekend about their background and how their background has deeply influenced their writing and their writing style.
Hmm.
Um, I think when we read, that's one of the things that we as readers and just lay readers as well, not like booktube readers, but just lay readers in
Hmm.
general, we don't take the time to look up the author's background and
No.
Not
see,
until something like this happens, and then you're like, wait, who are
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
and see how they were
you? Mm-hmm.
influenced, or what has influenced it. I see a lot of Octavia E. Butler. Let me correct myself. Octavia E. Butler
Mhm.
in this as well. So,
Okay.
and
What
I
made you do that? What particular
just
text are you
in
talking
general, like the story,
Mhm.
um, the way that she even writes. And when I say she, I'm referring to
And
Octavia.
Butler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way that she writes is very rhythmic,
Mhm.
my opinion, and lyrical. And I see that in their writing
Mhm.
as well. Um, so because there are times when I'm reading and I'm like, wow, that just flowed right off and was
Mhm.
just like very
about?
poetic for
It is
Mhm.
very poetic.
yeah.
Yeah, it is. It
It is
is very much
very
so.
So and I find that Octavia E. Butler, for me, writes
Mhm.
or wrote that way as well.
mm,
So I see a lot of that. Um, that
yeah.
thematically, um, and just and how, and even though it's a heavy topic and it's deep and it's introspective, it's still accessible.
Yes.
Um, so and I find that Octavia E. Butler wrote some heavy stuff, but it was still very accessible.
Mhm.
And I mean, you sat down and you were like, "Woo! I
Mhm.
read 5 pages and I'm tired already,
Tired.
and I want to go and fight somebody."
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the
Yeah.
accessibility is in the levels, right? Like
Hmm.
you could read the deep and just be like Black Mermaids. Now you'd have to work kind of hard to walk away with just Black Mermaids, but like you can read the deep on a level one
Hmm.
and understand the like on a, you could read it on a plot level. Like you could read
Mhm.
on a plot level and be like, "Ooh, that was kind of cool," or you could like really make a study of it and look at reckoning with trauma and looking at like people have done that. Like there are entire essays on Octavia on Kindred as a neo slave narrative and the limits of realism and reckoning with black trauma. Like people do studies on that. I think that Rivers Solomon could absolutely um be one such novelist who can be like really taken apart um on multiple levels going beyond plot. But I think
Mhm.
you can read it as a lay reader and get the plot and get something from the story and still enjoy it, even if you don't necessarily understand all the historical nods and resonances that are throughout the book.
Mhm.
and I think, to be honest, if you read this Unkindness of Ghosts just as a lay reader and
Mhm.
just for entertainment purposes only, and I think somebody said that in the last stream that we had, or maybe I don't know, somebody said it, that it's enjoyable if you just read it and
Mhm.
you're not doing a deep dive into it. It is. And I think that's how I read it the first time. That was mostly how I read it,
That's
because
kind of
I couldn't, I was like, oh, that I knew that it was deep. I knew there was a lot of stuff in here, but I was just like, oh, I like this, turning pages. And when I reread it, that's where all these tabs came in.
Mhm.
And the first go around, I did some highlighting and some note take, little bit, but not a lot. The second and this time, that's when
Mhm.
I've done most of um my reading or my analysis.
Mhm.
yeah.
That's so like if you're a lay reader, so to speak,
Hmm.
I would say, yeah, read it for the enjoyment, and then later
Yeah.
feel free. go back and reread it, because at least you have a starting point.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
that's what I'm doing. I don't have it to take notes like that anyway, but even if I did have it, I would just end up with a quite a colorful book. Like there would be I'd highlighted the entire pages where it's like, wait,
Whole
was
sections.
that
Hmm.
right? Where it's so like I think when I do read everything and then I can not not resonate, like marinate for a second and be like, okay,
Yeah.
right. Then I return with a physical book and I go slower and I have more concerted um attention to it. Then I can be like, oh, this is where that begins. Okay.
Yeah.
So I when I know more, I can go back and do that. But right now, I would just be highlighting and tabbing every darn thing, even things that were just like Easter eggs and not necessarily ever meant to hatch. So I'm glad I'm going through it this way first. Otherwise, it would take me forever to be able to like. I wouldn't have time to read it right now anyway at all. But I
Yeah.
think this is the best way for me to do it, like audio first and then go back later
Yeah.
and okay, now I can study.
So, yeah, MRA, if you're still here, there is that change of perspective. And that in part 2, that starts chapter 7.
Is that Theo's
It,
POV?
I'm sorry.
Is that gonna be Theo's POV?
Um, is it all his? I don't think so.
Okay.
Um, I think it's. Let me look real quick. Um, I think most of it is his, because then we get to part 3 and 10, 15, 16, 17, chapter 17, and then you see Aunt Melusine, and then part 4, chapter 26 is Giselle, which and I forgot Giselle had her own.
Section.
That makes
Yeah.
That should be fun.
exactly. I'm already like, oh, to be in her head.
So, but
Yeah.
I think for the most part, the start. Yeah, I'm just like flipping through a little bit. So
No,
you
side.
still hear from Aster though.
Okay.
Um. So, but it looks like a lot of it could be, and I have to, like I said, I haven't read it in a year,
Mm-hmm.
so I would have to double. I'd have to read it
Right.
to be sure whether or not it is like Aster or 100% Theo's POV,
Mm-hmm.
or told the story is told through Theo's lens. I know y'all know what I mean.
Oh, Erica, someone wants to know what kind of cookies you eaten, although Aster has apprised them that you are not going to be sharing.
Oh yeah, I'm not. I will tell you what cookies I'm eating. They are nil away from minis.
Oh wow, I haven't even seen other wafers in a minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was I was at Target and I wanted something sweet, and I was like, "Ooh, I will make like a mini banana pudding."
Ooh.
Did you?
Did I? No, I ate the damn cookies.
Speaking of cookies, is it Girl Scout season yet? Because I saw it on the back of a bus, and I was like, "But is the advertisement current? Is the
I have not seen. I don't know. Are they affected by the
pandemic?"
pandemic?
Pandemic?
I don't
Probably.
know. I wish they would just go ahead and get on a delivery service. Like, just get on, just get a little Amazon Market. Like, just get a little
I'm
Amazon.
done.
Stop playing.
I am done.
I need my blue and red box of cookies. It's been too long. We already all like pangry, which I learned today is a new word for pandemic. Angry. We're all already pangry. Don't be taking the cookies out of rotation. Find a way. Be industrious. It's
So
part of your job.
they are being industrious, because you can go to Girl Scout girlscouts.org. Go to their cookies and buy cookies, girl.
You can order them?
Oh, you can order them online?
That's
Wait.
what it looks like. I'm checking right now. I'm doing the work so you don't have to.
And bless
Enter your zip code to find cookies available near you. This covers booths and ship to home.
Ooh.
What's the website?
Girlscouts.org.
It's going down.
Say less.
So it appears that you may be able to. I don't know.
I'm gonna find out.
But they also have an app. I'm not appreciating the Girl Scouts having an app.
I absolutely do. Are there cookies on the other end of this app? Don't be no chat app now. Cookie app. Absolutely.
So Britt,
Yes,
tell us
ma'am.
how you really feel about Girl Scout cookies. Why don't you?
They need to be available year round and stop playing. Also, I don't understand the infatuation with the Thin Mints or the ones with the coconut
Okay,
on top.
you can stop talking now.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, why do y'all have a coffee flavor? Why are y'all everywhere I turn around? Can I have the blue box and the red box, please?
Okay.
The shortbreads have been holding it down, POP, for decades. Like, give them their due. The disrespect is ridiculous. I don't understand it. Stop the blue box slander, and definitely stop the red box slander. No one ever talks about the peanut butter cookies, and I don't get it.
I don't like peanut butter cookies, but that's okay.
It's like little Reese cups.
I know,
No.
but there's something about peanut butter cookies that I don't like.
What are they called? They're peanut butter patties. Oh, tagalongs.
Oh,
My gosh.
don't like those.
What did you just make a gagging sound? Do you see what I'm talking about? The red box slander is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I would
Tagalongs
never
need
do
to
that,
be-
Brett. I would never do that. That would be rude.
I was on the Girl Scout tab doing my investigation, so I didn't see you, but I definitely heard a sound that sounded gaggish.
I was swallowing my cookie.
Wow, that's how you sound when you swallow your
It's a
cookie?
loud Lord Adam's apple. Is that what it is?
So Josh reads at 1.75 speed. So Josh, are you if you're still here, are you hybrid reading or are you just audiobooking it? Thoughtful affection. That's in chapter 7. If I am with you on that, Salter. Thoughtful affection. Is what I was saying, that Aster is like super, you see like this sensitive part of her. I don't think I think you're right, and I think part of it is because you know what's happening at the same time, because this is your second time reading it, I think, Josh. I think because you've read it before, you kind of know what's happening or what's to come, so you kind of anticipate it. But I think, what do you guys think about the pacing of the book?
They got a booth in the mall.
I think I mean, it's smooth for me. It's like butter.
Uh-huh.
Like butter. Oh, Ashley, there you are. I was like, where is Ashley's voice even coming from? You just sat back. Don't sit up on my account. I was just like, it was your face that I was seeing. I just didn't recognize it. But now I see. I wasn't looking.
I like the pace of the book. I think River Solomon, I mean, I've read this one, I've read The Deep, and I think their pacing is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
They are good at pacing.
yeah, I feel like they know when to take you up and to bring you down, and let you level off and then take you back up. I really feel that way because
Mhm.
there's a tension that builds and then you calm down and you're like, okay, and then you slowly climb back up. I like that.
Takes skill to do that. A lot of authors are not that good with pacing, to be
Yeah.
honest. At
Yeah.
least in the stuff that I review, one of my biggest hiccups with a lot of writers is it doesn't mean that it's a bad book. It's just that sometimes I my biggest hiccups can be the way that a book is paced.
I haven't read mm, Transcendent Kingdom. I think was fairly well paced. And that was like the last book that I can honestly say that from a newer author
Mm-hmm.
was well paced. So, and what? Yeah, Jesse's been around since 2016, 15, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, in publishing world, she's still kind of new.
You know who's a hell of a writer, but their pacing is trash?
Who?
Britt Bennett.
Mm.
The Vanishing Half.
Yeah, man.
Mm.
The pacing, like she was doing good, but I think every time Britt Bennett has to come, she's not good at tying up her books. I think that's what it is. Because The Mothers is kind of the same thing, or was the same thing for me, where um, it was a good book, brilliant book. I absolutely adored it. But she cannot tie up a loose end to save her damn life. And that's why The Vanishing Half, it was like, what the hell? What are you talking about?
And so I'm looking at it right now, and that same used bookstore that I got your book from, Ashley,
Yeah.
had a hardcover of her first book, Britt Bennett's first book.
Yeah.
So I picked it up as well.
It's good.
And I'm like, because I'm gonna read The Vanishing Half. I'm gonna read Passing. I'm gonna reread Passing,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm gonna read The Vanishing Half.
Passing by
Mm-hmm.
Noah Larson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then read The Vanishing Half. And I've got a project that I'm working on. So, and it's going to be an educational project. So,
Mm-hmm.
y'all, when y'all see, it might be my very first review in a long time.
I'm done.
I
Um,
haven't done a review on my channel and I don't know when. I haven't felt like it.
yeah.
Mm.
I feel it. I feel it. I feel it.
I don't have any sort of standard for doing reviews. I just report the tea.
And that's it.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's really it.
Isabella, you're absolutely right. Isabella and I started reading The Witches by Shannon Smart this week. Y'all.
Is it? Wait. I've been trying to. Okay, Ashley, say something. I've been trying. I started the
Bruh,
book and I'm
that
like,
book is so fucking dense.
yeah, I.
Oh my gosh. Like, it just, man, there were some sections of that book that are like
How far
dry.
into it are you?
Huh?
How far into it are you?
Man, I don't even think we were trying to get to the first part, like through the first part of it, and or through section one.
Mm-hmm.
And we kept texting each other like, "Bruh, this is not. I did."
Can we buddy
And
read? I've
I
literally had this book since January, and I'm sitting at like 5% into it. I think it was you did some reading sprints about a month ago, and I was like, oh, I'm starting this book. No progress since then.
listen. You know, it's been like I get what she was attempting to do with it. I think her intention is that that book was written for someone from the Caribbean, for other people who have heritage associated with the.
Okay,
I
well,
get it because there's terminology and stuff that's used that I'm only familiar with because my dad's side of the family is Jamaican. That,
mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? Um, and
I
it's
saw
she didn't
something
write
about
it in a way to.
okay.
Hmm.
I saw. I haven't picked it up in a minute, but I saw something about patois, and I was like, okay, like I'm learning a bit of patois from my Jamaican church members. I'll rock with you. Go ahead. But
Yeah,
I haven't gotten
yeah, and she does not shy away from just from use of patois. She doesn't shy away from just like mythical things that you would really have to be familiar with the culture to get it. She's she's not writing for the white gaze. I put it that way. She's not writing for the white gaze. However, even if you're not writing for the white gaze, you gotta
yeah.
you can't be so dry, and it's very like it's cut and dry. It's very boom 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 boom, and I'm like, for me it may be the writing style that's probably going to bother me a little bit because there is no. I don't know, man. I don't know. I told Isabel that I was gonna try. I'm gonna finish it before. I'm gonna finish it before it releases on April 20th. But because we were trying to make it happen like within the next week or so, like finishing the book. I said, hell no, hey, that's not about to happen.
How
Because I'm
long
not
did
gonna stress myself out finishing that 500-page book, and it's dry and it's crisp. It's dry.
not flaky. I want to try to do a review for her, but I don't know that that would be. I don't know that that would be like thumbs up, go. So I'm like, I probably shouldn't, and just thank her for sending me an arc
Yeah,
before me thanking
yeah.
her.
What book is this? I'm sorry, did I miss it?
Which is steeped in gold.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And the book
Yeah,
trail looks so good. That was like,
That's like on my anticipated reads.
it's
oh,
on everybody's.
keep anticipating.
Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah, yeah.
anyway,
That's a good old
so
River Solomon.
yeah. So Salter, the uncle and nephew both are suppressing themselves in the name of religious rectitude. Um Uncle is failing and creepy though. Yes, 100%. You will see that in chapter 7, or you'll start to see it in chapter 7. Um, so if y'all want to like tune me out, feel free.
I
Oh, yeah. Let me tune you out.
I mean, go on, because I feel like I'm already missing so much with the by doing the audiobook and just the like percentage of brain I have for this right now. Like it'll help me to have some signposts. Go on.
Some context. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So one of the things that like completely 100% um bothers me about Uncle is he says, not he, but Theo says that his uncle has had some type of, he says, though more forgiving of my sissiness than my father, it comes out sometimes. His not quite disdain, not quite repulsion. Would it make sense if I called it attraction? I fascinate and excite him in a way I do not think is entirely wholesome, and it's been that way since I was very young.
His
Uh,
uncle.
his uncle,
Okay.
yeah, his uncle.
All right. Well, that just
Um,
sounds perverse.
a little bit, a little bit.
That just sounds straight up perverse.
And Aster, and then it goes on, and Aster, he's like, I don't believe he's ever hurt me in that way. But Aster believes that he has been hurt, and that the hurt was so traumatizing that he's blocked it out. Now, it doesn't. We don't know like what kind of hurt that is,
Right.
um, because his father was a complete jackass, as well. Um, and Theo talks about that he was already prone to an unnatural girliness. And I was like, man, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like, and he takes these testosterone blockers because, yeah, he takes testosterone blockers. He goes to Aster.
Oh, that's what.
And
Okay.
yeah, and it mentions it.
Yeah.
He mentions it,
In that chapter
and
three, when he comes to see her the first time.
yeah, and he was like, I'm not going to tell her that it's a testosterone blocker because he enjoys having it, so he doesn't have this masculinity.
Right, about to say like he definitely didn't say that's what it was. It was like it was very vague actually. Like I was like, is this because you have an amputation? Like what are these for exactly?
Yeah, I think
That,
part. I don't know.
but so you say you've been prone to an unnatural
Oh,
sissy, and then you
goodness.
take testosterone blocker. So clearly you in it to win it. Like
Yeah, but he can't be in it to win it because,
I mean, you're
like,
pursuing it. Like if you,
right?
so that's what I mean. That's what I mean when I say in it to win it. Like you clearly don't really care that much if you're taking testosterone blockers. You might not want the negative consequences from um your dad or your uncle or whoever, but you're not shying away from it if you're taking testosterone blockers.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, and Salter is right that because of them being religious,
Uh huh.
that he's not going to go that far.
Yeah. I mean, he's not out. Aster over here think they got a little thing going on.
Right. But there's well, when you get there,
Yes.
you'll
We'll circle back.
I'm
This is
not
why I need little signposts. This could all just go right past me if I was not like, oh, okay. If I didn't have a connection, it would probably go past me.
yeah. So, let's see what other comments, cuz Salter has said something else that I wanted to Cave, I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, hello. I did see you come in. I just didn't say hello. Sorry about that. Um, let's see. Spoil it. Currently doing stats. Okay.
I'm
Um,
gonna mute y'all.
that was yeah, Uncle said that he was, or Theo said that he was obsessed. And then, oh, the other part was he thinks, meaning uh, Uncle thinks that Aster is harmful. She's dangerous, but he's like, no, he's not dangerous, or she's not dangerous. She's not harmful. She's harmless.
Okay, well, I'm definitely gonna say she is harmless, but
um, okay, so we're gonna skip the Samantha part right now, Salter. So we'll come back to Samantha. Um,
uh, Giselle's cool and quirky. I'm not a fan of Giselle. Giselle got two chops to the throat, just waiting in the wings. She got them on pre-order from me. She
no,
got them on
Britt.
pre-order. Yes, she does, and the debut is coming soon to a Brit near you.
So yes, Ari. There's some feedback. I don't know who has it.
I don't hear anything. I'll mute though.
Okay. So, um, yeah, Giselle is growing on. Well, I love Giselle. I'm not even gonna lie about it. And Britt wants to give Giselle two chops to the throat. And um, I don't know about Ashley, but I don't know if she wants to give her two chops to the throat too, but I like Giselle. Giselle, um, Aster, and I think Aster is cold because of her personality. And if she is on the neurodivergent spectrum, then that might explain some of that. Um, let's see. I'm gonna go through these real quick. Yeah, remind me to get back to I think that's coming up. Miss Sammy, Miss Samantha. Um, let's see. So that looks like Spunky. Britt, she's spunky. Giselle is spunky.
Here's the thing about spunky people. There's a line between spunky and you can get punchy. Like I she when she first entered, I was like, oh, like she's gonna be a good foil for Aster because Aster hyper focuses and is hyper structured, and Giselle seems like she's more like fluid in her thinking. And I don't think that's wrong. I still think that that is true. But I think that there are other things going on with how Giselle copes with their life that she sometimes like strikes out at Aster about that have nothing to do with pushing Aster to be better, but have everything to do with Giselle trying to be okay with their life. And it's like, listen, we're all in this life though. So don't punish me because you're here too and I happen to be near because I could remove myself from you, but you don't want that either. So calm down. But and I don't think Aster would remove herself from her, but I'm just like now
Mhm.
projecting and to be like, you're in my plant place talking about you want to get warmer and throwing my mom's stuff around. Like it just borders on disrespect for the sake of disrespect sometimes. Like she's just
Yeah.
doing it just to get at Aster. And I don't like that. I see her potential as a character, but like the things that she does sometimes, I'm just like, this is your space. This is my space. Why is there spillage? Why is your energy just raucous in the play? Like, please settle down. But she refuses to, so I have to prescribe two chops to the throat.
Yeah. Um, I mean, she is definitely a prickly pear in the beginning, what we see. But I mean,
She
just
gets a
hold
POV, so I'm like, I'm waiting.
just
I'm waiting.
just hold those two chops.
That's why it's on pre-order. So who knows when it'll debut? Who
Just
knows, Erica? Not I. Publishing can be so finicky. We don't know when the book will come. We don't know when the chops will come.
yeah, she she's a prickly pear. Um, Ari says that they think Theo is a little queer. Chapter 7 somewhere, he actually says something about it, and I think he calls himself queer. And then the more bold among the guard call him a faggot when they're drunk and whispering. But
These guards. It's always the
yeah, he
guards.
does. Theo refers to himself as a queer, so it is there. More on Samantha. Um, cool with that. Ashley is on mute. or not mute, but Ashley, you
Everyone
muted
does
us
to avoid
or
spoilers.
you checked
I
out?
I turned you down.
Oh, okay.
To
Um,
avoid spoilers. The deepest is slow
yeah, that was such a good book. All right. So, shall we do another 30 minutes?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I gotta, tomorrow I have to do an overnight.
So you need to wrap it up.
No, no. I don't have to be to work until 7 p.m.
Okay, I was like,
No, 7 p.m. Because it's overnight.
uh-huh. Okay.
And I haven't done an overnight and I don't know when.
I'm going on an 8:30 donut run a.m. tomorrow morning.
That sounds like a plan.
I'm very excited for these. They have this specialty shop has a different menu every month. By the way, I tried to order these Girl Scout cookies. Their shipping cost is $12. I said, why are you teaching these little girls to be aggressive capitalists? $12 for a $10 order. Make it make sense. The girls aren't learning math like they need to. The girls are not learning math like they need to. Who's doing that but your mama and your auntie? Makes no
Um,
sense.
do you have anybody at work that can get it for you?
They have a shop and in the mall on
Oh, okay.
in AT&T. That's what they have. They have like store locations, and I think they have a booth in AT&T on Saturday from 3 to 6. But I saw that they were like doorstop or whatever, DoorDash. They were like, yeah, not partnering with DoorDash. I thought I'd be able to get them sooner than that, but they were like, no, in 7 to 10 business days for $12. It ought to be here in 5 minutes for all of that. I can't. Anyway,
This is for you and Ashley.
you're on chapter 8. Breathing, why were you acting like you were about to get spoilers? What do I know? I'm about to be on chapter 6 and I'm still like pre-order. Keep playing.
Um,
Mm.
mm, oh, okay. I don't know how I feel about that comment. I don't know that she's in competition with Aster and needs to feel and has to put someone down to feel up. I don't know about that. I don't feel that way about Giselle. I
I don't
feel
feel that
like
either. I still want to slap her though, but I don't feel that.
I feel no and this is knowing, I mean, having read this multiple times and getting a better feel of Giselle's character and what kind of makes her tick. Um, there's definitely, in my opinion, a mental health issue that's going on.
Esther calls it a psychosis. Like in
Yeah,
chapter 5, when there's the incident after the guards and there's the whole everything burns. She was like, I keep
yeah,
in her head. She doesn't say it out loud, but she's like, I keep forgetting not to upset her psychosis. But I
yeah,
didn't read it as a psychosis until Esther said that. But I was like, that would make some sense.
and and having read it a few times, I feel, and I'm no mental health expert whatsoever.
Right.
Um, I feel like maybe she could be bipolar.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
but there's also that need to feel pain, and I
Yeah.
don't I
I don't
it
know what's
in
behind
order
that.
to feel alive, which is I don't know what that is all about. Um, on that kind of spectrum, but there's definitely a mental health issue,
Hmm.
and and that's the thing. I kind of that would be one thing that I wish could have been fleshed out a little more.
Hmm.
But I don't know that it would have. At the same time, I don't know that it would have add or would add anything to the story.
No, and I don't think that Rivers Solomon wants us to have tidy correlations between Matilda and America.
Oh yeah, no, no, no.
So I
Yeah.
don't think they'd be like, yes. So like you said, like they haven't even said definitively that Aster's on the autism spectrum, even though she presents as
Hmm.
definitively neurodivergent. So I think that they mean to leave some strands unresolved, and leave them as like just resonances that don't ever really get more articulated.
Yeah, and I think that's the part where I think because I don't need the story. I don't need stories to be tied up in nice little neat bows,
Hmm.
nor do I want them to always be done that way. But there's part of me that just wished that that part could have been fleshed out a little more.
Okay.
Um, and not that she's like seeing a therapist and she's coming to terms with her feelings
Hmm.
and her thought process and her this and that. Not definitely not to that extent.
Uh huh.
Um, first, I just wanted a little more of that, I think.
Okay.
So there are a lot so far behind on the comments. So I apologize if I did not get to your comments. I will, during the next reading sprint,
Okay.
I'll go through them and see. Um, there are a couple of things I think are coming up that Salter had brought up, and we'll talk about like Miss Samantha. So
All right.
if we are ready, I will get the timer straight, go back to 30, and share my screen. Where is it? And we will start. So happy reading.
Erica.
Yeah, what?
Is your phone still dead? Check your phone.
Okay.
What happened?
Oh no, Ashley was telling me to check my phone.
Okay.
Alrighty. So that was 30. And where are you? I finished chapter 8.
Okay, I finished chapter 6. I'm up here meal prepping, so I can't be in front of my camera right now. But um, I'm I finished chapter 6. Now, you told me, spoiler alert for anyone that's watching, but you told me that she was gonna get stabbed. But
Uh-huh.
in my head, I was like, oh, okay, like an altercation with the guard, like Uncle Lieutenant, well, he gonna send someone after her, and that's just not what happened. So I wasn't prepared for it to be a blackout, and I like Esther. Esther is like not smart because like that's apparent in her profession, but like she is quick. She said, "Oh, blackout, cool. Let me roll on over here and get this past to baby."
Yeah.
So
Um,
yeah,
go ahead.
no, I just was not expecting. One, I wasn't expecting her to get stabbed, and two, I wasn't expecting her to like get stabbed and then get injected with opium or whatever this drug is, and
Yeah.
then run. That was my oven. And then run off and like triathlon like Iron Man across Matilda to get there.
Right, right. That that part. And did you get to the part where she was with Theo?
Yeah, I'm at the beginning of chapter 6, so I know that Giselle is gone, um,
Okay.
and she
Okay.
finally woke up. She was asleep for 2.5 days.
Yeah. And she said that she doesn't like to sleep like that.
Yeah,
I thought that was I would think that any amount of sleep that they can get
right. Especially
would
undisturbed.
be
You're not worried about what someone's going to do to you when you're with Theo.
yeah. And you could start to tell the the how close Theo and Esther are.
Yeah, I mean, it was just in the way that she was like, we know each other's like fragile bits very intimately because they fix each other up all the time. But also when she woke up,
Mhm.
and he was like, she woke up to him kissing her hand. I'm like, all right, so like, I mean, and I'm sure I'll know more as we read. But when he says that he identifies as queer, I wonder what that means for him. Not that him loving or have whatever his affection for Aster is means that he isn't. Like he already said that he is. I just wonder more about his POV, his life, how he presents. Like I just want to see more of him, and I wonder how he thinks of Aster because you can love someone without being in love with them, and I just wonder which it is for him because Aster seems like she would be swinging more towards in love.
Uh-huh.
I don't know that she feels that right now, but she feels like that's where her trajectory for their relationship would swing. I don't know if that's how Theo's would go too. Maybe it would. I just it's too soon for me to know. This is only my second time seeing him.
Yeah. Um there's a nice tender scene in what are you on, chapter 5? You said?
Chapter 6.
Chapter 6. Okay. So there's a nice tender scene in chapter 7
Okay.
between Aster and Theo, and it involves a caterpillar.
That's
It's
cute.
really sweet. I mean, that whole scene is like super, super sweet. And yeah, it's really, really sweet. And that's what I was talking about, how it shows Aster's um how tender
Mm-hmm.
Aster can actually be. Um
Thought she couldn't be. After seeing her with Flick, I already was like, okay, so this is someone She just is very conscious of when and to whom she is tender. Like when she
Yeah.
should I feel affection for this little girl on the upper deck when she was talking about Theo training her initially, and he showed her the girl, and she thought that the girl was a hemophiliac, and was like, "That's why she's bleeding and bruising." And he was like, "No, the bruises are from abuse, and the nosebleeds from something else." Um, and then the girl was like, "She stinks." And after that, Esther was like, "Yeah, I'm not allowing feeling of tenderness towards you. I don't care if you've been beaten." So I think she's just that intentional about when and to whom she's tender.
Yeah, she asked her that scene right there where the girl says, "Oh, and she stinks too." You're talking about a karate chop through to the throat.
Okay, break your nose. You saw a nosebleed. I will completely rearrange your face.
So, welcome, Emma Ray.
Hello.
Um, Ashley had to dip out,
Gotcha.
so
Hi,
um,
Emma Ray.
we have Emma Ray empowered
Let's
here
go.
um, to take up
Samantha.
the the harness now. And actually, Britt said that she had to leave at 11:30.
Gotcha.
It'll be you and me holding down the fort.
Sounds
Um,
good.
so where Emma, you said you got to chapter 11?
10.
10.
I'm like the page right before it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Mhm.
So what are you and Ari, before I go further, Ari, yes, I will send you actually the Discord link should be in the description. And it is not. So yeah,
The Discord link
I will
should be there. Just kidding.
yeah, it's not. Like I fooled you.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
So go ahead, Amaray.
um, I'm really liking the pace of it all, as you guys had said earlier, and I really liked Theo's perspective. I think that's kind of one of my favorite chapters because I thought it was an interesting break to everything that was happening and everything we were being introduced to. And let's see, where's the part? Oh yeah, Miss Samantha. When she was introduced, I crossed her name out and wrote Karen.
So did I. So did
It's
I.
like, no, it's not Samantha. We're not doing that.
So did I. I in my book, I have where is it? I don't even know where it is now. But as soon as that happened, I was like, you ain't nothing but a damn Karen.
For real.
That's all you are.
Mm-hmm.
And
And I also loved the sentence, if she had pearls, she'd be clutching them.
yeah.
It's my favorite.
Oh my gosh. That and he was like, the least you could do is show a woman. And I was like, excuse you?
Yeah. Mm-mm.
Uh-uh.
Mm-mm.
She
Not a fan.
not a fan at all. Not one lickety bit. And then the part where she was like, she put her arm around her. As
Yeah.
if you hadn't caused enough problems. Now you want to be like,
Yeah. Now we're friends.
yeah. Should have she should have had 2 doses.
Chop somebody, Erica.
What'd you say, Britt? I'm sorry.
You want to chop somebody in the throat.
that is more than chop somebody in the throat. It's a slit a throat moment.
Now, I will keep an eye out for Samantha Karen.
I can't hear you, Britt. Sorry.
I said I'm gonna keep an eye out for Samantha Karen.
Samantha Karen. Mm-hmm.
Samantha Karen. Or Karen Samantha.
She said, let's be clear. She's a Karen before anything.
Yeah.
So true. She's a Karen before she's a Samantha.
And the thing about it is, when I got, because obviously that didn't happen before, but the bird watching incident, the lady in Central Park and the black bird watcher guy,
Mm-hmm.
and she was like, and she called the police and said that this black man, this, that, and the other. And the only thing that I could think of when I reread that part was that incident. And I was like, you know what? She about to get somebody killed. Because
Mm-hmm.
she can't. And then the other thing I thought about was, classic white woman tears. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, how'd you even get down to that level? If you're so prestigious and lovely,
Yeah.
why are you there?
Because
What?
Brett,
No, I was just saying, not if you're so lovely.
Right? What is
we
happening?
we can't hear you, Brett.
No, I was just laughing at Emma Ray saying, "Not if you're so lovely." How did you
Oh.
get down here?
Well, it's just like how I just attribute it to back in the day where people from the big house like to go down to the slave quarters and hang out but not hang out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just because she says it, Astra says it, that the upper deckers like to come down before before they got to the fields to work and stroll. Why would you come down there when you have all of these lush, parks or whatever it is that you got up there?
Yeah, y'all got an ice rink.
Yeah. Really? You got an ice rink that hasn't had the power cut, but yet we're down here freezing our butts off.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest juxtaposition. Y'all up there playing with ice for fun, and we're freezing to death.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. That's a good point.
On ice, and we are over here amputating feet, up asthmatic symptoms, being upset by a beating, but nonetheless, we're up here really having to fight with this cold. Up there playing with it, and then come down here, show me your heels, slip on some ice and die. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
slip on some ice and die. But for real.
So we're gonna have one more person come in. Ari is coming in.
Oh, I thought of her as a dementia patient. That's really interesting. Wow.
Thought of who as a dementia patient?
I think Karen Samantha with like the wandering.
I don't know. I'm not even going to say. No. I won't buy that at all. She's an upper decker that wanted to come down to the field decks to Ari, check your Twitter. To come down to the field decks and be down there and just be down there. That's all that is. That is nothing else.
Salter.
A predator. Would you call her a predator?
I mean, what was she doing?
Said, I don't know. It's kind of predatory behavior. I don't know. Predatory adjacent for sure. I'm just saying.
Predatory adjacent, but like
she is kind of an apex by association, I guess. But it tripped me out when the guard was like, so, because she was like, I would like an apology. Oh, let me back up a little bit. When she said, I would like an apology, and Astor was like, no.
Like, no, thank you.
And she got all huffy, Samantha / Karen. got all huffy about her not apologizing. And and she was like, whatever. And um it was that whole scene right there. It made me mad.
Oh my gosh. Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, what the hell? Why is this even why does this have to be a thing? And I have written in my book where Samantha, page 117, Samantha glanced between Aster and the guard, then stepped in front of Aster, seemingly happy to play savior.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, you need to take that sickle or whatever it is that you have Aster and just cut them both.
Slice and dice.
Yeah. It's like I'm choosing violence this day and I don't care.
That part just strongly made me think of the whole white savior.
I have that written down.
Like, ugh.
It was very cringy. Very, very
100%.
um I I don't know. I don't know. So um whew, that chapter, like I was seriously pissed off.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah. Um and and both of us have read it already. But for some reason, this go around, and maybe it has something to do with, the previous activism and stuff like that. And when I say the previous activism, that it still should be going on to the same veracity that it was going on last year. With that, you can come on in, Ari, and I'll let you in. Sorry, but um, she's it was like, why are we not showing up like this anymore?
Mm.
You know,
Mm.
and that's not exactly how I wanted to say it. I tell it. So whenever you're ready, Ari.
Oh, this is the perfect segue. She's coming in, and I'm gonna head out. Thank you for having me, Samantha.
Bye, Britt.
Share a screen with you, Emma Ray. I didn't even see because I was over there chopping onions. So when she said Emma Ray,
You're like,
what are you chopping onions for?
for my what is this? See, I don't even know what it's called. Chicken and biscuits or whatever it's called. Chicken pot pie. I don't know.
ooh, check you out.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
the HelloFresh.
Yes.
Nice.
I'm just doing what they tell me to do. I wanted to do this earlier anyway, and I'm like, how was it 11:30?
Oh,
But I'm
Me
into
every night.
back now.
it is 11:30. 11:35 to be exact.
I know. I'm like, I would prefer to spend my last 30 minutes of my allowed time awake doing other things, not chopping onions. But if you want to eat tomorrow, you must harvest today.
Hey, yeah. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, you can do like I do, eat a bowl of cereal or eat a PB&J.
I mean, I'm not even gonna eat it tonight. I'm literally making it tomorrow because I'm not gonna have time tomorrow to do anything this extensive. So it has to be tonight, or it's not gonna be till Friday.
Oh no,
So
I completely get that. That's what I'm saying. If I don't have anything prepared, it's cereal or PB&J
I
for
don't
me.
want the carrots were already a little bit like floppy though. So but and they weren't that way when I got it. So I'm like, okay, let me go ahead and make it's been a week. So I'm like, carrots should last longer than this, but let me just go ahead and use you. Since clearly the Lord and you are telling me not to over here and let y'all stack up, which is fair, I suppose. You could have named it Hello Fresh, not Hello 1 week. So I'm gonna go ahead and use you while the using is good. And that's gonna be today or Friday. So I'm like, okay, well let me do it today then.
There you go.
Okay.
Y'all be
All
easy.
right. Good night, Britt.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye. So, Ari, I don't see you. Give me a second. But Emma Ray, you feel free to talk while I figure this out. Really,
Oh, cool. Yeah.
whatever you want.
I heard y'all were talking about Vivian.
Yeah.
And I just kind of got to more of Vivian. I don't remember meeting her earlier. I don't know if that's just because my mind was focused elsewhere, but I definitely think in rereading, I'm noticing a whole lot more than I did the first. And I can't tell if it's just because time has passed or I truly am reading it with like a different lens, I guess.
Right. She is, I think she's only mentioned one other time
Okay.
in there, and that's, I think, at the very when I say at the very beginning, when they're in the cabin and the guard comes and
Right.
wakes them up. I think that's the only time.
Gotcha. Okay.
Only other time that she's mentioned. She's not mentioned. I think she's mentioned maybe 3 times.
Okay. Yeah.
But not in any real detail. But like the things that she says, I feel are important. That's just my thought process. Trying to get Ari in.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So okay, there we go. Hello, Ari.
Hey.
How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Are you muted? Okay.
There you go.
So, yeah, I think Vivian is, she's a side character that I kind of feel you have to look at what she says and what she does. Is she like super important or one that needs to be remembered? I don't think so. Like, I don't think she's one that you have to remember. But at the same time, there might be something that, because I feel like River Solomon, when they write, they write kind of circular. So everything kind of comes back to something else.
Right.
And that's why I say with Vivian, let me see, because I have the ebook as well. Because I'm just that nerd. Let me see. Whoa.
Did I bring my sticky notes?
I'm trying to read it. It won't let me read. Oh, it's onto my game, y'all. Trying to game the system. It's on to me.
Salter, I agree with you with thinking everyone's a spy. Just being like, you're suspicious. Accusing everybody. What do you really know? Who are you talking to? Who's your informant?
So where are you, Ari?
I'm on chapter 11.
Okay. So what do you think so far? We haven't had an opportunity to talk. So what do you think so far?
I am intrigued by the connections that they are making between Sovereign Nicolaus and Loon. And not only that, I am literally sitting here trying to figure out what Giselle meant after that incident in chapter 9.
Okay, what incident in chapter 9? I mean,
where Giselle kills the guard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So say that one more time. You're trying to figure out what
I,
after she killed the guard.
after she kills the guard,
Uh-huh.
Aster tells her, like, where the hell have you been?
Okay. Okay. And Giselle says, you know where I've been? Or with your mother. I've been with
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm perplexed as to where that is going.
Oh, okay.
Because, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And is this your first time, Ari?
It's my first time, yeah.
Okay. So that'll get sussed out. About where she's been. For one, I will say this because she's been like reading her mom's journals.
Yeah.
So that plays a part into it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Her journals. And I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but I kind of feel like the journals are their own character.
Yes.
As well.
100%.
And that's another thing that I kind of wish I saw more of. Go ahead.
I kind of think of the journals as the secrets that are buried.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you think about any treasure or anything, there's always a map.
Yeah.
And unless you go and uncover those secrets, it's not going to make sense. But now she's putting everything together, especially after she visited Baby.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're just like, okay, so we know about the electromagnet. So what else is this electromagnet capable of causing?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking in the context of what is the electromagnet capable of causing, and also what is its connection with the blackouts and the way that Loon died.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that Sovereign died, because there's an obvious connection between those two.
Yes. And one of the notes that I made was in reference to the irises. Because Sovereign Nicolaus, his irises, and I think, and this
It comes up again in chapter 10 when they're doing the autopsy.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, his irises and Loon's irises.
I forgot about that part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of there's a significant amount of conversation about eyes and irises.
Mm-hmm.
For that. And I'm like, okay, so, and I keep looking back at that to see the connection. And we know, like, eyes have a huge significance just in general.
Yeah.
They're what you see is how you see physically, and then like people talk about your third eye, and
It goes to the soul.
Yeah.
So it's I keep looking at irises and eyes and how that plays a part in the story, and it's very subtle. I feel is how River Solomon uses that to move the story forward, and I think that's a very deliberate plot device.
Mm-hmm.
That they use, and I'm still picking up on little nuances with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just like, okay, what's going on here? And I think that that's just an important part that they write in,
Yeah.
and you the reader have to connect the dots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are real obvious connections that you want to try to explore even deeper, but then you're just like, well, I just want to know why. I want to isolate all of these situations and try to figure out why the lieutenant has something against Aster. I want to find out what the actual connection between Theo and Aster is. And it's just so much information to take in at once. And then you're just like, okay, so we know what this connection is. So what else is underneath the surface? And I'm just really ready to get into like chapter 11 because now she's realizing some other things.
It is the connections that River Solomon makes brilliant and so very subtle that it really and truly, we've said this before, it keeps you on your toes.
Yeah,
The whole
definitely.
time.
Yeah. And you can't, I mean, yeah, you can definitely read it, which I said already. You can read it for the pleasure of reading it.
Yeah.
And then, read it for the deeper meaning, obviously.
Yeah.
But this is a book that requires more than one go round. And anybody that just reads it one time and they say, "Oh, I like it," or "I don't like it."
Yeah.
We don't talk to those people.
We don't talk to those people. Those people are not in our social circle. They are not part of this. So what? So we're all around the same spot. So Val said, and I'm gonna kind of work my way around in the comments. But Val says she mentioned the connection between Loon and Nicolaus's eyes before, wondering if they were related. And I will say, and I think you're farther ahead, Val, than we are. And I think they are.
Yeah.
100%. I think they are related. We don't know how Loon died. They say it's by suicide, but I don't believe it's by suicide. And I don't know if she was murdered or if she died the same way that Nicolaus dies. I don't know, but I think it's. Can I say this? I think it'll be a spoiler though if I say it. I think it'll be a spoiler.
Write it down. We'll mention it later.
I'll say it. And
the other spritz, if it's like a revelation, just wait.
Yeah. So I think it'll be a spoiler if I say it. So after
I keep thinking, I go to say something and then I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
And that's the only problem with like having read it before. And then sometimes like things like kind of run together and you're like, oh wait, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
That hasn't happened yet.
That happened last sprint. We thought Samantha Karen was coming up. We were like, oh no.
Yeah, that was funny. I was like, and I got to that part and I was like, oh,
I was confident with you. I was like, oh yeah, get ready, y'all. Nope.
No, Samantha, Karen, Samantha, whatever you want to call her.
Yeah.
They didn't even like try and pass it off as something less than a Karen. But then again, Karens really weren't in
And
existence.
the
when
funny part
it came out.
is like I was doing a thread on Twitter, and when I got to that part, I said, "Oh my goodness, this woman is about to be trouble."
Oh, I saw that. I saw that. Just a little bit of trouble.
A lot of bit of trouble because that guy was about to like try something. We don't know what he was gonna try. He was just a little bit too aggressive for me.
And a little bit too handsy, maybe.
Right.
So, I mean, he was with the guard. He was like, "Oh, so you don't think I have a good memory?" And where is it?
Wasn't he the drunk guard that came in on them?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And when she bent over or got down on her knees and wiped off his boots with her hand, she like licked her fingers and like wiping off his dirty boots. I thought something was going to happen then.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why. I mean, I thought something was going to happen right then and there. Like,
he could have easily kicked her in the mouth, put her over his shoulder, and just went with it.
Yeah, and I thought of some other things too.
Yeah.
Because she says in here, like, that after she heard the guard say she didn't know what else he had previous run-ins, but years of similar run-ins told her that it was no doubt some variation of the usual. How he was going to whip her, how she looked ugly and like a horse, and he was going to take her. So I was just like, what's going to happen here? And I was like, and then I thought back to that scene where Aster was in the cabin and Vivian was like, "So what are you doing up there? Rubbing one out?"
Right.
That was Vivian. Yeah.
Nosy as hell.
Yeah, that was Vivian.
Vivian something else.
And Giselle's co-signing.
Yep, Giselle right there with her. And so Vivian is like, "You're gonna rub one out," but she was actually like putting on ointment just in case something like that happened. And I'm thinking to myself, you shouldn't have to do that, but and she says that it's a it numbs her down there. So if that did happen, she wouldn't feel it. And I'm like, wow, that's something. Go ahead.
But think about the fact that she also has had all of that removed, complete hysterectomy.
Yeah.
So she was probably it's definitely a precaution and everything, because once you lose all of that down there, it does not operate the same. So that means there's no lubricant.
That's true. That's very true. And because there's no lubricant, sex is often much more painful.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, it's crazy. So, Let's go through the comments. I don't know where I was. I think
Salter said the only uncreepy coupling so far is Mabel and Pippi.
he's right. He's right. But Samantha and the uncle are on the same time so far. Yeah. Okay. For some reason,
Mm.
in a plantation parallel, she might be white, but she might not have the uppermost privilege. And I thought that was it. That's a very good point, T. Morgan. That for Miss Samantha Karen, that he wouldn't allow Aster to walk her back. So I'm wondering how privileged she is.
Oh yeah.
Because if she was like upper deck, like
Yeah.
I'm thinking that it would have been okay. So she's probably, she's upper deck, but she's not upper deck.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why she didn't get a walk back. But yet she was about to get Aster beaten or raped or even worse, killed.
Yeah.
Because of whatever. And that's all I could think of. Like I could just see somebody being taken out because of a Karen. I could just totally see it. It was ridiculous. Let me do that one. That she'd seen Giselle. Oh, was I spelling her name?
I don't think she was speaking too much. I think that she said just enough and didn't explain.
It's just like, yeah, I saw her, and.
Yeah, right. Like, what's it to you?
But if we're going on that she's a spy.
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on something. I have to look something up.
Here.
Because I'm curious. Okay. It's kind of how I felt about Karen Samantha being on the lower deck. I thought she was spying on Theo. Oh, I never thought about that. Huh.
Yeah, I feel like you can't trust anyone in this story.
I
You're
think
just along for the ride.
No, I think the only one that you can trust is poor old Flick. and even
Flick.
at that, Flick was like gonna write a letter.
I love Flick.
Yo, if you ever listen to the audiobook, like the accents for the people in this daggone book, I'm sitting here like, it makes it even funnier because it's just like now all I can hear is Flick saying, "Dear Sovereign, this, that, and the third. Please don't, punish her because of the cold."
I had no idea the audiobook had actors.
Oh, it's just one.
It's just one person doing the fluctuations?
Yeah.
Man, I gotta get on the audiobook.
Now
I gotta reread the reread.
The audiobook is actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. So, what is this? Samantha definitely seems like a spy. Or Carolyn Bryant of Emmett Till. Yes. Yeah. She was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go tell, and it's not gonna be the truth." And You're gonna be found floating face down in baby's radioactive something or other. And
Right.
I didn't have anything to do with it. Carrying it to my death. like
We all need T-shirts now.
yeah. I'm laughing at Karen Samantha looking like a
T-shirts that said, "I read in Unkindness of Ghosts."
or no, that says Karen Samantha.
Yeah.
I love it.
Watch out for Karen Samantha.
Yes.
What? Ari. For Karen Samantha. Or how about this? Are you a Karen Samantha?
Call now
There
to
should
find
be
out.
an assortment. An assortment.
1-800 Karen Samantha.
Mm-hmm. That's it. That's the shirt.
Oh my gosh. That okay. We're gonna leave Karen Samantha alone for right now. She did bring it on herself though. Oh my gosh. So are the eyes not a symptom of the unknown disease? Whatever it is, I think the eyes are the symptom, but I don't think it doesn't happen very often for it to be like for people to connect the dots.
Oh.
You certainly wouldn't connect the dots with, and I just still don't understand what Deck is in the realm of the decks.
Right.
Because her mom was an engineer.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I don't feel like engineers would be low deckers.
That's a good point.
Like the people that work on baby in the radioactive, being all radioactive and stuff.
Right.
So I don't feel like she would have been a low decker. So I think that would have, if she was an upper decker or mid decker, at least a mid decker, they may not have made that connection.
I'm trying to figure out exactly how the decks work, because
yeah, me too.
If you're a Y decker, these Y deckers sounded a little bit more uppity.
That's what
from what I was reading.
That's what I get. I get that they are more.
What if it was like a circle? So if you were at Y, that makes you closer to like A and B. So maybe that's why you had the engineers and they did sound slightly more like uppity or whatever else. But I definitely would have appreciated a map.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
to, like picture this a whole lot easier.
Well, and that makes perfect sense, Emma Ray, because baby is at the center.
Right.
Baby is at the center. So if baby is at the center, then everything would have to go around.
Mm-hmm.
So, which brings me to this, if I can find it. Oh.
What about the Dow waiter?
The who?
Never mind. It's in the next. Nope. Never mind.
This is the next
past. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'm not there, and I also don't remember.
No, neither do I. So in chapter 8, they talk about how I have to find it. I didn't notate it. Oh no. How they talk about how we're just gonna say the Earth rotated around a planet. Oh,
Oh.
um, and I feel it's like they've never seen, smelled. Oh wow, this is gonna drive me crazy. I'll have to find it in the next sprint.
Yeah.
Um,
Mark it. Let us know.
yeah, but and if is in fact the case, like I said, if baby is in the center, everything revolves around baby. But literally everything revolves around baby.
Mm.
Like everything revolves around maintaining.
Baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you might be onto something, Emma Ray.
Yeah. T. Morgan just said, I see it like the rings of Saturn with baby being the center.
Oh, that's a good
I'm
one.
right there with you. Mm-hmm.
That would make sense too.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh, right? So I was wondering, they're keeping tabs on him. Clearly not that well.
and I know,
Right.
and I. So okay, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut because that comes up.
Does it? Oh my god, I don't remember. When I first read it, I legit was
Did
like,
she kill the guard?
The first guard that they
I
got
mean-
away from, yeah. I mean, that guard is dead. Deader than
Like
dead.
dead.
Yeah, dead. Because
he out.
Like cold.
yeah, like because she got like visceral matter or whatever she called it on her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's basically brain matter. So,
yeah. His death was foreshadowed, and I wrote down in my notes, in my book, that Giselle did what Aster couldn't do, and that was to kill the guard.
Yeah.
The aunt said,
Yep.
she was like, did you kill him?
After she called her stupid, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh, yeah.
No, we still don't know who Aster's father is.
So, yeah.
And remember, Aster had, she had a hysterectomy, and she had a double mastectomy.
Mm-hmm.
And people were talking about how her father had to be a low decker because she was hairy and she was dark skinned. But if you had a hysterectomy, that also takes the estrogen out of your system.
True.
So you end up with more testosterone. Therefore, you end up with more hair.
Ooh.
So you just become a hairier woman or female.
Right.
I'm still trying to figure out the different decks have different like pronouns and things like that. Like everyone on all the it seems like everyone on all the decks besides the one Flick is on, they're all women and they're all she, her pronouns. But how does that work? Like,
yeah, wasn't there a sentence that was like, you're female until proven otherwise or something? Like it said,
right.
Until there's other signs that you're not or something like that.
Yeah, until you decide what your profession, decide your profession, or your profession is decided for you, or in something else. There were like two reasons, and it had to do with the profession and something else. I can't remember the thing. But yeah, everybody, what are you drinking, Ari?
It's wine.
Ah, okay. I see. Okay. I might have to get up and get mine then. So
Perhaps.
perhaps.
Quizás.
Yeah. And I thought about you today, Ari. I went to the grocery store and I was like, I want some cookies. And this was after I got the vanilla wafers, by the way, and ate those. I wanted more cookies. And so I picked up some Oreos and I was like, am I in the mood for Oreos? And I was like, but Ari. So, but I didn't get them. I refrained from getting Oreos. So I have none. But anyway, so we will start our next 30 minutes
Sweet.
in 3 minutes. We'll start at 12:15. How about that?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Cookie butter.
No. Is cookie butter in an unkindness of ghosts? Does it exist in unkindness of ghosts, Ari? I'm asking a question. I'm asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend.
So anyway, what? Okay, so
Sorry.
the last time that you and I, Emma were on, Deidre felt like everybody was going to die.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Her prediction is everyone dies in the end.
So even though you know that everyone does die at the end, or does
know that.
die at the end. Good night, Josh.
Good night, Josh.
I will. Josh is going to be on the 24th. So, and Ari will be on the 24th as well. So, what do you think? What do you think about that theory of everyone died?
I'm gonna go based off of when I first read it. When I first read it, I was very much in Deidre's thinking of like, this is just gonna, like, I think everyone is going to die. That is my hard prediction. And then I also went, I guess, sort of speculative fiction-esque, where I was like, nothing's real. I questioned everything so much that I was like, she's not real, they're not real, nothing's real.
Yeah. What about you, Ari?
I just feel like this whole thing is just like, okay, everything's about to just spin out of control because everything that they know is just basically a front for everything else that's underneath it. It's just so sinister. And I'm pretty sure either everyone's going to die, or a very good amount of everyone will be sucked out into space.
Oh, sucked out. Wow.
That's a twist.
That is a twist. That's a twist I hadn't even thought of. I like it. Like open the hatch door.
Yeah. Someone's like, enough of this.
Yeah. Like,
let's off everyone.
Like escape pods, but not escape pods.
You'll be like flying out for 2 seconds and then just
frozen.
So T. Morgan feels like everyone dies at the end as well. Yeah. It's a
Try not to say a spoiler. Interesting thought you have there.
Yeah. So I'm gonna shut my mouth and I'm gonna start the timer.
There you go.
I'm gonna put my tinfoil hat on. Even though I've already read it, I like the theories.
I love it. I love the theories.
Yeah. So, happy reading, y'all, and Hey.
That was terrifying.
That sprint is over. All right. Sorry about that. That was a little problematic. So how did we do? Where are we?
I'm now about 3 pages into chapter 11.
Okay. I'm on chapter 10.
Chapter 10, okay.
Yeah. I'm almost done with it. I've got like 5 pages left in it.
Oh, gotcha.
So I had to. Where'd Ari go? I went to go get. This is all the wine that I have. Like literally. That's it.
It's that last morsel.
Yeah. I'm sad. Really quite sad about that. So yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
The autopsy.
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting.
Vivian is back.
Mm-hmm.
Came back in chapter 10. Did you start chapter 10 or had you?
I was like towards the end.
Okay.
And then I was sitting making notes. And then I was thinking, I've never looked up what the name Matilda means. And I'm really interested to see if I can find anything because I wonder why that was the choice for the name of the ship.
Well, let's look. Matilda name meaning. So it's Germanic. Might, strength,
Oh,
or battle. High. What? And hild, battle.
huh.
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. So Matt, the first part is might, and the last part, hild, is battle.
Interesting.
Mighty in battle.
Oh, wow. All right.
So that's what that means. Matilda, that's a good question. So mighty in battle. Having said that, okay, I'm connecting all of these random dots that probably shouldn't even be connected. But in chapter 10, Sedvar, the name Sedvar, means merciless in battle.
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't know. And he said that he was giving Theo Sedvar to basically continue on the name and the reign. So I don't know. Was this original Sedvar merciless in battle?
Right.
I don't know.
Interesting.
So there we have that. And so where'd you get to, Ari?
I am on. Oh, she found Giselle in chapter 11.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay. So I'm a little bit behind you guys.
No worries.
I mean, we can talk about it. What were we supposed to read up to today? Chapter 10?
I think just 10.
But we can still talk about chapter 11. It's fine. Or wherever you got.
Gotcha. I thought 10 was so interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also.
I was honestly shocked at the autopsy.
Yeah.
That autopsy just rung all the bells and whistles and kind of puts the nail in the coffin when it comes to the connection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Literally and figuratively speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Nail in the coffin. I know that was kind of tacky, but you know, it is what it is.
Oh, Val said, I looked up something too. I don't know how to say that word. It means phantom or ghost.
Readalong.
Eidolon.
Where
That's in the
down
10th
more.
chapter.
No, I was talking about the comment.
Oh, it's down farther.
It's down.
I think the most
Yeah.
recent one. Sorry.
Oh no,
It
you're
popped
fine.
up and I was like, oh, that's so
It's
interesting.
somewhere it goes. Wait, where is that? See, this is why I have the ebook too. Because, you know, you come up with, you remember something, and it's like, well, where is it? And I don't
Quick
know.
search.
I don't know where that
I think they
is,
mentioned
or
it.
what's this, or what it's in reference to.
I believe they mentioned it during the autopsy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aster thought to call it. How do I say it again, Ari?
The
It's like
Eidolon.
Eidolon, after the wraiths of the ancient world.
Okay. Okay. Some eight Melusine's voice. Okay. And then it's mentioned again in chapter 11.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just don't know what the context was.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so the autopsy. Okay, so wait. Let's back up a little
We
bit.
have to go back
Yeah, we do.
because we have to talk about the astrolabe.
Okay, go ahead. Talk about the astrolabe.
Well, the astrolabe is something that she'd been trying to get to work for so long.
Yeah.
And when she began to walk towards the body of Sovereign Nicolaus, it started to beat or tick, whatever it was. And this is where she looks to see exactly what it is. And when they do when they take the fluids and stuff from the body and they go ahead and test it, and then they try to look at it through the microscope, you can't see anything. She said this is the thing that ghosts are made of. And that's where the Eidolon comes up. After she sees the metallic stuff that comes out of his body.
Yeah.
After the astrolabe goes off. So yeah, she was talking about this is the thing ghosts are made of, and that's the reference made here. So that's actually a good insight. Phantom or ghost.
Mm-hmm.
So is that Greek or
I just looked
or
it up.
what?
I'm looking to see if it says. Doesn't say. It just says noun.
So helpful.
Okay. So yeah, it is Greek. It's a Greek from Eidos. 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 Oh, you know, no, not Montreal. Let's see. Greek meaning. Kind. It translates to kind.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. So an unkindness of ghosts linked to the disease. Ugh, making all sorts of connections
I
here.
love it.
I know.
T. Morgan was just saying that too.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
making all sorts. This is the type of book that you really do need to. Would be nice to read with more than one person.
Oh, 100%. This has been great.
Yeah, thank you.
Because I remember that when I was reading it, I kind of messaged you a couple times, but we didn't have like a big like discussion about it.
Yeah, yeah. It is definitely one that you have to, and you got to hunker down on.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. Yeah, with the autopsy, I thought that silvery metallic stuff Esther found in his brain was mercury. I thought so too in the
Mm-hmm.
beginning, and I just didn't understand what it was, and then I kind of let it go because I just figured that I would never know,
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't look up with what it meant or what it was. So Loon on Y is possible. Yeah, Loon, from my understanding, was a Y decker. But I don't know. T. Morgan, you went back to get more information on the decks. And so Tarlanders are on P, Q, R, S, and T. And if hypothetically it's a circle, which I didn't look up, if it's circular and around baby, they would literally be at the bottom of baby. So if this is the circle and up here is the top, they would literally be on the bottom. Just in my mind. I could be completely wrong. Saw that one. Saw that one. Yeah. So any other thoughts? Anybody? Anybody in the chat before I start?
Before I go in.
So,
Can I point out something funny just real quick?
yeah.
There's the line on page 138 that says, "I've told you many times that we're to wear our masks always." And my first annotation said LOL 2020. LOL 2020.
I didn't get there yet. But I will probably, when I get there, I'll probably be like, I had posted a picture on Instagram where I had gone to this. It's a garden kind of place, and they have nothing has. I mean, things are starting to come up and what have you, but like there's this bush as soon as you walk to the visitor center, and they put like little costume eyes on it, funny eyes where like they go from side to side kind of thing, and they put a mask on the bush.
I saw you posted that. I was laughing so hard.
That I was like right there.
It's fantastic.
If you're coming in, you better have on your damn mask because you can't like get into the park without seeing it. It's a huge bush.
Oh, it's fantastic. I love it.
And so, I mean, it was great. And I mean, it made me smile, but at the same time, I was like, this is some bullshit. Like, you have to tell people to wear a damn mask.
It made me to listen to the bush.
Listen to the bush.
I had to listen to the rhododendron.
You know how in biblical times they listened to the burning bush?
I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
Just saying. There's some significance. I
I
connected
guess somebody was trying to tell the burning bush to shut up.
I mean, yeah, and I connected that dot.
Oh my gosh.
I made that
love
work.
it. I love it. You really did. You really did.
So, anyway.
Oh.
So, back to chapter 10. Before, my dad's a minister, by the way, before I get struck down. Let's
My dad is too.
get back on kind of topic. Oh
Yes,
my
yes. What were your thoughts of what you read?
So, I was thinking of what I've read so far of chapter 10. If I can even find it. Where was I? That apparently I don't know Roman numerals either.
Same. I had to write them out.
So what caught me and what I've read so far of chapter 10 was how Theo, how he says, "Do you want to hear my story, my backstory?" And how he got his name Theo. And so he tells Astor this story about a story that Aunt Melusine had told him about this girl Theo. And so he decided he was going to take that name. And Astra's like, I didn't believe it.
She was like, okay, buddy.
Yeah,
Right.
Nice story.
whatever.
Like you were gonna tell your abusive dad that you didn't want to be called the name that he gave you anymore. Okay.
and then and you want to be called Theo, which is a girl's name, and he already thinks that you're girly. So why would you do that?
Right.
And I can clearly see Astor like sitting there listening to this story, and she's quiet, but in the back of her mind, she's like, "Stop lying."
You full of shit.
Yeah, and I'm just like, you know what? I can't. I can totally see her like that. But we now know that he was the sovereign's bastard child
Yeah.
by a low deck woman.
Mm-hmm.
And it's obvious that he hated and hates the sovereignty,
Mm-hmm.
because at every opportunity he spends with Astor,
Mm-hmm.
which is like thumb in your nose up at the sovereignty. Here I am, this royal child, and I'm constantly with a low decker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's
But didn't his father give up his sovereignty
yeah,
after
yeah.
the
He was forced to by none other, if I remember correctly, none other than
lieutenant?
yes, that wretched man. I don't know.
Why don't they just throw him out into the vacuum seal? You know.
Throw lieutenant out into the vacuum seal?
Yes.
It's a good question. That's a very good question. I don't know that would. I don't know. Would it go over? But then, would there? Do you think there would be somebody that would be even worse than him?
Oh, I'm sure. Just waiting
Yeah,
Of course.
for their evil time to shine.
yeah. I kind of feel like
Whatever's happening is linked to the lieutenant, and he knows something about this
absolutely.
poison.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I
He
feel that
knows something.
I felt that way from the very beginning. That lieutenant is the reason.
Especially when Theo told Astor that Sovereign Nicolaus was sick. She should help him, and that his uncle was next in line.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But I want to know, I need to know why Uncle hates Aster.
Right.
I mean, why does he hate her so much?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's
I can't. I'm thinking something, but the clues are in chapter 11.
go ahead.
Ooh.
Go ahead and say it.
So, after after Aster finds Giselle, it's in a kind of planetarium type of deal of sorts, and they're finding notes from her, more notes from her mother. And in those notes, it's not coded, it's just mathematics and everything. But in one of her notes, it's the constellation that you can see from the bubble, and in the middle it says H2O, which
There's water.
seems like maybe she like found out the coordinates of a place that had oxygen and, is a livable atmosphere, and she
Mm-hmm.
was planning her escape. Maybe the lieutenant found out that she knew something, and he has something to gain from them staying on this ship.
Mm-hmm.
So he decided to kill her.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. But why would you? I'm just going to play devil's advocate here for a second. Why in God's great green earth would you want to spend the rest of your life hurtling through space?
Power.
First of all, he's not on God's green earth, so he probably has never seen it. Second,
Touche, Ari. Touche.
second, there's a hierarchy here. On this ship, there's a hierarchy,
Yeah.
and he benefits from it.
But you don't think that. Okay. Okay. You don't think. And again, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. You don't think that if they were to find a place, like he could claim or take credit for finding the place and getting them there, and then still be ruler supreme? You don't think that
I feel
could
like
happen?
maybe it would put him in a vulnerable decision or position, because I feel like he could be like, oh look, I found the place that we can now call home, but then someone else who's been studying living on a planet and how that's very different from living on a ship could come through and be like, oh, I actually know how to run it a whole lot better than you, and then they could overpower him.
Yeah.
Also,
But I think it's
they're
just
pretty much
the
trapped.
power.
Ari got on
They're
a
pretty-
Holden hat.
Is it like they're trapped on this ship?
Mm.
There is no way to go up in the hierarchy. There's no way to go down in the hierarchy. It's pretty much this person. I'm going to pretty much bet that the lieutenant does not like change at all.
Sure, for sure.
Yeah.
He's used to this atmosphere. He's used to this, environment.
Mm-hmm.
And he likes those people in the dingy lower decks underneath him because he thinks they're monsters. He thinks they're animals. He has all of these prejudices against them. And he would very much like them to stay where they are.
Mm.
Yeah.
You put them on a planet, they get open space and, air to breathe. They get used to that. And then they say, "Oh, I feel free now. I want some more freedom. Let's go kill him."
Right, right, right. So
So,
go ahead.
so that's basically my thinking. He has a lot to gain by them staying on that ship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's T. Morgan and Val says the same thing. Say the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not disputing that at all. I was just like, why would you want to stay on the ship?
I get you.
Yeah.
Making us think.
Wait. So Giselle goes to kill Sovereign, does she, or is he already dead? Okay. Is that in chapter 11?
Yeah,
Yeah.
very much so.
Is he already dead? I don't think he is dead. I think this is like a flashback, if I remember correctly.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think he's died yet. And I don't think Giselle killed him. Yeah.
Somebody killed him, definitely.
I
But
totally think it was Lieutenant.
Giselle Giselle is smart, but I don't think she has the equipment to make the heavy metal that killed him.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
No, not at all. I mean, it's something that Astor could do, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. That's why when Theo said, "Okay, he's dead. What did you have to do with this so that I can cover it up?"
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of like, okay, maybe,
So
but I
picky.
doubt it.
I think so.
Yeah, H2O is code for the
I would say
promised
so.
land. Yeah, because what was I thinking? I feel like Loon, because Loon knew that they were off course,
Mm-hmm.
and I think she was able to get them back on course or close to course or something like that, or she found something in her calculations. I could be 100% wrong about this, but anyway, that's where I'm going. That's the road I'm going down right now. And I could be wrong, so don't hold me to it. That she found out how to get back on course and that there was a livable place that they could go.
Mm-hmm.
And you might be right that she found the place, and Lieutenant was like, no, because my time is coming
Mm-hmm.
and I want my time. So if Nicolaus had survived that, then that was 25 years ago. So Nicolaus would have only been in his 50s because he was 70 something when he died. So
Right.
he'd only been in his 50s. So that wouldn't matter, would it? No. And because I mean, that's like an arsenic death. It's slow
Little girls.
and like builds up in your system over time and then kills you. That's 25 years is a long time to wait. And I don't get that he's that type of person to be like, I'm going to wait 25 years. I'm going to wait you out for 25 years. At all. So, but any final thoughts?
Theo's religious practices are interesting.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Oh,
definitely.
yeah. Spoiler. What spoiler? Oh, good night, T. Morgan. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by.
Sorry if we spoiled.
We're gonna be wrapping up soon anyway. Because I
It's
don't,
late for y'all.
huh?
It's later for y'all.
Yeah.
I'm only 10.
I mean, I don't have to be to work until 6, 7 p.m. tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing an overnight, so I'm gonna be up for a while.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my
I
best.
don't have to be to work at all.
Oh,
You're like, I'm chilling. What's good?
I'm in New York, and pretty much everything up here is still pretty closed. So, you know.
yeah, our governor is talking about relaxing restrictions, and I'm like, you know what, fool? No, we're not gonna do that. But that's what he's talking about. I can't have it. I
Yeah.
will put myself back in the house on my own. So
And it's crazy because, like, people keep sending me more books. I just got
Read.
um I just got a copy of Kingdom of Souls, and I'm just still sitting here like, when am I gonna have time to finish all of this?
well,
TBR growing.
I know, right?
All right.
So Theo's cleanliness, his OCD,
Mm-hmm.
that's crazy. I mean, he would scrub himself until he was like pink
Red.
Yeah.
and then red.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then shaves
Like,
like multiple times a day.
Today, yeah. And just his clothes.
in steaming water too, and that's worse because if you're already turning red and you're putting hot ass water on yourself.
Yep. Oh. Okay. Did you guys get to the part? Obviously, you did. He like went back to his place and he like bathed and then or took off his clothes. He did something and then he whipped himself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That self-flagellation shit is just weird.
I was like, what? What?
Exactly.
And then it's like, next chapter. Doesn't like
Right.
cut off immediately, like shortly after that.
It's like,
I
what the hell? Why would you do that?
I think I mentioned that in my thread on Twitter. I was like, really, guy? Honestly? Like, his religious views are not bordering on fanatic. He is a full on, you know,
Zealot?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, what is this?
I don't know.
And, like, feeling that you have to punish yourself because you have all of these, you know, uh desires and things like that. I've never gotten that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's natural. And the fact that he has feelings for Aster, and he's every time he has impure thoughts, he's just whipping himself. Like, that's very there are some psychological things that he needs to work out, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. Religious vlogging. I get it. Just feel the way that you're going to feel. Let it be. Embrace it. Love yourself for it. Be happy. That's all I have to say. No, it's not that deep.
Right. Like, you don't have to keep punishing yourself for something that is natural,
Yeah. So,
and everyone has them.
everybody. I want to say this I think one last thing. Yeah, one last thing. And then we'll start to wrap it up. So when Aster, oh, actually two things. So on, what is it, page 136, he says, um, because Nicolaus and my mother are inextricably linked, and perhaps by more than their mangled irises. I had questions about that.
She describes them as like looking like gears, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just that internal thought, I had questions about.
Mm.
Like, I don't think that Nicolaus was her dad or anything like that. Although he could have been. Um, and that could be a reason why what's his face hates Astor so much.
Oh,
Um,
True.
it's a good tinfoil hat theory.
yeah, yeah. So, and then the last thing is what, page 135, where they're talking about Theo's hands. He had delicate,
Yeah.
spindly fingers made for gentle, fine tasks like crocheting. I could like see that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I could picture it. And
It
then,
was very vivid.
yeah, and then further down, it says, I am incapable, for Astor, I am incapable of a touch as light as yours. I will unintentionally crush him with my grip, and there will be no body left. I was like, okay. The dichotomy between, or the imagery
Mm-hmm.
between Theo's feminine and effeminate features and Astor's masculinity.
Mm-hmm.
I I love the way River Solomon does that.
Me too.
And just to show that gender is fluid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and and it really gives you pause to be like, why do we use a binary for the most part
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
when it really isn't. It makes you think about that, or at least
Um
me think about it.
Also, another author that I think does that. I think that Rivers and Amezi
Yes.
actually do this thing where they make you throw out everything that you could ever think about gender and gender identities.
Mm. I have only
This
read
is
that.
it's literally something that they do to say, okay, let's put all of this aside.
Mm.
Now what do you think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
for
think they
sure.
both do that very well. And this and Rivers I think does it a little bit better.
Ooh, hot take.
Okay.
I'm literally looking at the decks and how they refer to the decks and the women that actually operate within this ship, and I'm like, yo, there is literally this literally takes the gender like theory and just flips it on its head,
Yeah.
because in a world where you are literally referred to something because of your locale, just basically where you live within a society. It's just like, so that's what determines it. So what else could determine it?
Mm.
Like, what if you decided to just say, okay, let's throw all of your stuff out and decide that we're all gonna go by they them pronouns. We're all non-binary, and basically this is just how it's gonna be.
Yeah.
And I think that is literally what Rivers and Amezi tried to do, but Rivers, I think, did it a little bit better in this book, especially since like reading everything else that Akweka Amezi has done. So I think that both of them do it very well, but in this instance, I'm seeing it a little bit more like it's pushed out a little bit more into your attention. Like, hey, gender is a construct. We're
Mm-hmm.
not gonna, it's like basically there, it's screaming and jumping out at you off of the page.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Is it Flick that refers to God as she?
I think so.
Oh, I think it is. Um, I forgot. Or the sovereignty of she. Something. Flick does refer to somebody or something as she, and Aster doesn't correct them about that. Um, and it is definitely early on.
Yeah, I can't.
If I type in she, I'm gonna get like a
You're gonna get everything. You're gonna get.
billion um returns. But yeah, that right there was a lot. I mean, not a lot, but that was very pointed about that. Because on the ship, in which you don't realize until, or you don't find out until later, that every deck refers to their inhabitants as something different, and like
Yeah.
everybody is I guess female until a decision is made otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they're also, and on top of that, you know, when the eggs females when are automatically female to begin with, and then you need the sperm, which is either X or Y, to really and truly determine the gender. So I'm wondering, I'm just throwing it out there.
Mm-hmm.
If they're going according to that whole thing, like
Mm-hmm.
you're automatically female until you choose, or we choose, what you will be.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm assuming that they put them where they're going to be based on some type of criteria.
Right.
Because I think the familial structure is very much where you have an older person that's raising a cluster.
Mm-hmm.
So they may know who their mother and fathers are, but they're not with them. So I don't know. I'm just, because I'm looking at like Flick, and then Aster was like, "Oh yeah, there's a teenage girl," and then her Meemaw, her great grand Meemaw, or whatever it was, had this cluster of young people. So I'm wondering if that's, and then Aunt Melusine had Giselle and Aster and some others.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if it's just, a cluster or whatever you want to, I don't know how you want to term it, but
Yeah.
so that's the only thing that I can think of.
I have Flick's letter highlighted.
Wow. Wow.
Good old Flick.
How pink is your page?
Dude, yeah, some of these pages I was just like, well, might as well.
Yeah,
Highlight all of it.
it's one of those things. Like, I'm seriously thinking I might have to get a new book.
I think I might too. It might have to be one that I like lend out. I want my husband to read it, but I feel like he won't want to read through all my annotations.
You know what? That's a good idea. Okay, you didn't say it like that, but my brain just went there. Like lend it out and have people annotate, and then you get it back, and then somebody else annotates it.
Yes.
And then once you're done, like reading everybody's annotations, reading through it, and reading everybody's annotations, that
be so cool.
Fun. I think that would be fun.
Me too. I've always wanted to do that with a book. I think that'd be so much fun. Excuse me, sorry.
I would have
post-COVID. Post-COVID.
It would be one where I would have to be like, hey, publisher, I need a book that has wider margins.
For real.
Right. Give me a binder with just like the pages.
Yeah. Otherwise you'll get it back and it'll be like all spread because everyone's like post-it notes.
Yeah.
Right. Post-it notes and tabs and
all sorts of shenanigans going on. That would be so much fun.
That'd be so great. Yeah, post-COVID.
Say to this publisher, I need a book. I'm doing an experiment. And I need it to be like encyclopedia height.
Well, the publisher is here in Brooklyn, so.
Are they really? So, am I hearing that you're volunteering to go like stake out on the door?
So we're hearing you're a volunteer. Great.
Yeah. That's what I heard. I just heard Ari raise their hand and say,
I'll take one for the team.
I'm just ready for Sarland to come out so that I can like read and annotate that.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait. I'm going to order mine from the UK, by the way. I made that decision. From Blackwell.
I recently got a couple of UK books, and this Amari and the Night Brothers is so pretty.
Oh yeah, that cover is really cool.
And it's like spray painted edges and glitter everywhere.
That's so pretty.
Wow. Okay, so let's end the stream, and we can keep talking if you guys want. But let's end the stream because I think there are only 4 people here.
Well, thanks for sticking around, guys.
I know. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us and reading and being so thoughtful in the comments. 100% appreciate it.
Somebody said that they're doing a Broken Earth trilogy slow read.
No, I can't do that.
I'm gonna sign off on that one.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not till May, but
okay. All right. I thought you were talking about now.
No, I'm already reading Rage of Dragons and a little bit of everything else. Okay. I got Yesterday is history over here that I need to read. I got so much stuff.
You're welcome, Val.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Alexandra, for coming by. Appreciate it. And I will
This
see.
was fun.
Oh, see what's today. Well, it's Thursday now,
Ooh.
but on my side of the world.
Yeah.
I will see you guys again on Sunday. I have no idea what time it is, but it's up.
What Sunday?
Sunday the 14th. I think it's at 8 o'clock, maybe. I'm not sure, but it is in the what am I talking about? I can bring it up real quick. It's at
So I've got the next one.
You're with me on the 14th?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm gonna end this. Good night. Have a good night, you guys. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys on Sunday. And